Hello and welcome to the Cloud Security Alliance UK chapter AGM 2023. We are live, we're back, and we're remote. So first of all, welcome from all of us. And let's hand over to our chair, Francesco Cipollone.
UK 2023 AGM annual gateway meeting. We're finally here. We announced it. We delayed a couple of times. Pandemic hit, but we're finally here all together to celebrate yet another year of success in the cloud. This year was rocked by the financial institution and the world changing and slowing down, but the attacker not actually slowing down. We've seen tons of major security breaches announced by Wiz, Orca, and few other vendors, including Lightspin, that have detected vulnerability in Azure Fabric or in AWS specific service that were, I have to say, from a positive factor, remediated, and this close in a very they were already resolved. So I'm glad to say that the global cybersecurity efforts on cloud security is improving from a vendor perspective and is keeping up with the time. Now, on the other hand, and we publish a CSA, the egregious 11, that are the top 11 vulnerabilities and issues around the cloud. As a Cloud Security Alliance, we still see a lot of issues from an end user perspective because the complexity of the cloud is still there, the architecture is still not there, and a lot of organizations have moved quickly to the cloud with the good and the bad that has caused. So we have a lot more attention in cloud and cloud security, but also we still have the same issue and misconfiguration that are still present. Identity and access management is still a complex problem. Misconfiguration is still very, very present. That one of the major effects and reason why cloud security or cloud account get breached in the wild. But on the positive side, we're seeing an increase in the literature on cloud security and a faster detection of more scanner being present in the world. So as a cloud security function, we are evolving. And on the positive note, we start seeing some security default being introduced in cloud. Specifically, we've seen of recent AWS rolling out security by default where S3 packets were closed by default. And we've seen in the very, very early days of the cloud where S3 packets for adoption were open to everybody to use. So this is a good stand in the ground where security default is there. And then if you want to open it, there is a big, big red warning on there. Now, there is still a lot to do with default encryption, with secure MFA or MFA across the board, with more identity and access management and more security control enabled by default. The road is long, but if you walk it together, and this is where we are with Cloud Security Alliance and specifically Cloud Security Alliance UK to bring everybody together and make the world a little bit secure, one cloud at a time. With this year, we wanted to announce a change in the board, and we're going to publish the results of the recent announcement and who is going to be participating in the next board for the Cloud Security Alliance UK and driving the chapter overall There's been a massive effort during COVID, but as a 5-year tenure, we've seen a lot of board member changing, and we want to announce and bring in fresh blood to actually strengthen the community. This will be my last year as a chapter leaders. I hope that we made a huge difference with events like Diversity in Cyber or bringing in recruiters versus security events that kind of shaped the way that everybody could really benefit from this event, and really bringing around the table diverse set of skills and mindset and people from different backgrounds to actually make security stronger and to bring more people on the security subject. I would have never been able to do this without the fantastic team at the Cloud Security Alliance UK that will be delivering a fantastic AGM today. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for Simons to be fundamentally the pillars of the community, Shireen for organizing this year, Vladimir Jirasek for being the director of event, Sean Turner for being the director of collaboration and communication, and Kriti Mohan for organizing all the studies workshop and handling all our communication, and the rest, and Lee Newcomb and the rest of the pillars and history of the Cloud Security Alliance. Without you guys, we would have never been here, and we go fast alone, but we go very far together. So today we gain knowledge on cloud security and to bring diversity, as is our mission as a Cloud Security Alliance UK, to bring a new and different diversity into the picture. After my opening talk today, we're going to have the opening keynote from Paul Simons, the Director of Identity for the Global Identity Foundation, and also one of the historical pillars of the Cloud Security Alliance UK. He's going to talk about the Zero Trust and the identity and the evolution of this from the past year. After that, we're going to explore Cloud Lateral movement with Emilio Mazon, one of our board members, on how to prevent blast radius and how to look at lateral movement and prevent lateral movement in cloud, in the modern cloud. After that, Paul Simons is going to present as history the recent election for the board and announcing who will run for the next board for the next 2 years and what are the candidate and the people that will. At 12:30, we're going to break for lunch for an hour, and then we're going to have the rest of the talks. At 1:30, we're going to have Owen at the basement, one of our historic talks. He comes from the recruitment perspective, so again, this to bring different mindset and view on the Cloud Security Alliance and in general in security. He's going to talk around your career and your evolution of careers in cloud security and how you will evolve and you can get started in cloud security. And after that, at 2, we're going to have one of the events that are more cherished, the event where you starting careers in cybersecurity, where Shireen Peru is going to bring together a team of newly graduates to bring a fresh eye on cloud security and what is there today, to fundamentally give a perspective of newcomers into the space and what it is to get started in cybersecurity and in cloud security. So the afternoon is going to be full of events and newcomers in the industry, so please stay tuned. At 3, we're going to have Onur that's going to present how emerging technology are changing data privacy landscape. We're going to conclude and wrap up the day with the conclusion of the day and a personal message and a personal thank you for the fantastic event. I wish everybody to be absolutely engaged, involved, retweet, share the events, come and comment on asking questions and participate in the conversation, because only like this we're going to be a community and we're going to be able to bring security forward. A cybersecurity agenda is one of the 2023 top agenda for the UK government. We wish everybody to get more involved in defining the future of cloud security for the UK and in general across the globe. So I wish you a fantastic day of talks, of knowledge, and get involved in the community, participate with questions, but also get involved in writing post, white paper, and so on. Read our blog and join us on LinkedIn or on Circle, that is our community, where we participate in discussion and comment and participate in conversation around cloud security, and where you can find all the material like CCSK and certificate body of knowledge and the other white paper published by the Cloud Security Alliance. So, website is here, www.cloudsecurityalliance.org.uk. So I wish you a fantastic day today, and please stay engaged, be secure, don't share your credential with anyone, and enjoy the day. This is Francesco Cipollone, the chair of the Cloud Security Alliance UK, also the director of Phoenix Security. I wish you a fantastic day. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Francesco. Thank you for opening the conference today. So Frank will be back at 4 p.m. to close the conference. So look forward to seeing him then. And now our keynote from Paul Simmons, who is about to do a fantastic keynote talk on cloud, zero trust, and the identity conundrum. Over to you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Shireen. And good morning, everybody. Very nice to have everyone with us this morning. So, a quick look at cloud, zero trust, and the identity conundrum. Obviously, two hot topics in IT, which is cloud and zero trust. And I'm going to argue today that they are very much related. So we will take a look at why. So where does this work originate? Obviously, some of the originally comes out of Jericho, Beyond Corp, the NIST document on zero trust architecture, and the CSA document. If you haven't downloaded it, it's Zero Trust as a Security Philosophy, which is the C-level overarching document out of Cloud Security Alliance corporate, that is. All of these are freely available. So there is no excuse for not downloading them and going and reading them. Certainly, they are all actually pretty readable. Even the NIST document is okay. So let's kick off. Going to do this in three parts, and the first one is explain identity, personas, and context, and you'll understand as we go on why this is really important. So here's a definition for you. Identity, a collection of attributes about an entity grouped together in personas, which are linked together by sameness. There we are. I'm sure you probably have never heard identity explained like that as before. There's the reference where it comes from down there. When we're remote, the final sentence is important. All with an and guess what, Shireen? Sorry about this. I told you this was going to happen. I'm gonna disappear for 2 seconds. Sorry.
Hello. No worries. Don't you worry, Paul. We'll see you in a second. That's fine. That's fine. Not to worry. So if we just pause and wait for Paul, just a reminder, as you're aware, Cloud Security Alliance UK chapter is a not-for-profit organisation and run by volunteers. We do have a number of social media sites we're using to promote the AGM today. So as Francesca said, please get involved. If you've got any questions, write them on YouTube for us. Critty, our board member's looking out on YouTube. You might see her. Say hello. But yeah, so we've got so we're on YouTube, we're on LinkedIn. If you haven't already, there's tickets on Eventbrite, but obviously you can go straight up to YouTube. Our website is cloudsecurityalliance.org.uk, so you can see some more information there, and you can also see some information from previous talks we've had over the last year, and also some previous AGMs as well. So we've got a fantastic day ahead. So when Paul's back, we've got Emilio Mazon. He's a member, and Paul's back. So I'll hand back over to Paul. Thanks.
My apologies, everyone. Just to prove we are truly live this morning. Yeah, I had an important delivery coming, and sorry, needed to go for sign it. Sod's Law, of course, says it would arrive when I'm doing the keynote. Okay. Hopefully you read the last one, all with an understood level and communicable level of immutable linkage. In other words, how do you know it is the entity in question giving you the attributes? So sameness is really important. So sameness is what glues authentication to personas. So typically we do faces as humans, but in reality, sameness is what we are interested in the IT industry. Yeah, the fact that I have a username of Paul Simmons is totally irrelevant. I could be my AstraZeneca persona, which was KQRD644. It makes no difference. All we're interested in is when you were assigned a user identifier, not a user identity, when you were allocated a user identifier, the next time we see you as a computer IT system, you are that same identifier. So sameness, and humans do sameness using faces, is that when we first seen, you are a unique entity when we first meet. You're still the same entity today, and guess what? You will be the same entity tomorrow. And that's what we call sameness. And actually 95% of the time in IT, what we are concerned about is not user identification. We are interested in sameness. So what actually is identity? So at the bottom of this, we have the authentication layer. The authentication layer enables sameness. Obviously, user identification, KQRD644 plus a password gives me some form of authentication that says this is an entity, a person in this case, called KQRD644, which happens also to translate to a person called Paul Simmons, but it may not. It's probably fairly irrelevant. And on top of that, we have a bunch of persona and attributes. And those personas puts us in context. And that is what humans refer to as identity. Yeah, it is. We can authenticate you. So I see you, I see your face and I go, yep, absolutely. That's Shireen. Met Shireen before, so that's fine. So that proves sameness. And I layer on top of that a bunch of personas and attributes. She works for the Cloud Security Alliance UK. I don't know anything much, you know, I know a little bit more about her, but not much, because that's all she's chosen to share with me. And ultimately, we need to have this work identically and interchangeably. So the problem is we get hung up very much in this business on humans. And actually, humans are just a tiny part and are going to become a tinier part as we go, because, you know, there are 7 billion people on the planet. But actually, we have probably, it's estimated, about 40 billion IoT devices coming very fast. We have a whole bunch of organizations. We have code. We have agents that are out there. I mean, I don't need to tell you about things like ChatGPT because it's in the news. But agents are coming really, really fast, whether they're, you know, they're Siri or Google, or they're human agents. Parents, for example, need agency over their under 18-year-olds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we need an identity ecosystem that works across all of these. Why is that important? Because this is how it works in real life. So I'll use a human example, but you could replace this with anything. It doesn't need to be human at the center of it. So this is this guy called Tom. He comes from a series of videos we did at Jericho. So this is Fred. This is Tom's doctor. So sameness, when Tom goes to see Fred, in the good old days where you actually had a doctor that you saw a day in, you know, every time you visited, you had a named doctor. Doesn't tend to work like that now for most people. But Tom would walk in to see Fred and he would do sameness and say, yeah, hi, Fred, I recognize you, etc., etc. And Fred has a bunch of attributes that mark him out as a doctor. He has a uniform, potentially, he has a place of work, he has a history, he's got a general medical council registration, which is really important. And of course, you know, the staff generally are fairly deferential to the doctors. And that gives us context. So we have a bunch of, in this case, mental rules that say, actually, when Fred tells me something, I trust him. I might question him, but it gives me some context. This is Helen. This is Tom's girlfriend. Again, sameness. The authentication is face, because we're humans in this case. But here we have a whole different set of attributes: a history together, a knowledge of family, shared experiences, level of commitment, level of compatibility, etc., etc., etc. So the context is totally different, and what we share will depend on the context. So context is key to making this work. And ultimately, context is the join between the person, in this case, or the entity, and whichever attributes we're getting from. And in the case of, for example, Fred, the join, the digital join, hopefully, between the General Medical Council and Fred says, I am a current legally allowed to practice doctor in the UK. So that join between organization General Medical Council and entity person Fred gives him his right to work as a doctor. So in this case, it's a professional persona. In this case, it's a girlfriend persona. So we'll explain that in a little bit, how it all fits together. So next on the list is this, which is deperimeterization, always a big mouthful, and the origins of zero trust and cloud. So this was done by a very clever guy called Dan Hitchcock, for those of you who know Dan. And he did this in as it says there, 2005. And this was his drawing in 2005, which is basically, at that point in time, we had some fairly effective network controls, but they were diminishing, some host controls which were increasing, and data controls which were basically non-existent, but slowly increasing. And here was his prediction. And I'd argue, actually, Dan did a pretty good job, because I think that's pretty spot on in terms of how things have gone. We need data controls to increase. Host controls are going to, as data controls, you need less host controls, and network controls are going to become less important as time goes on. This, in terms of a picture, actually is really nice. This is basically connectivity over time. And if you think about it, back in the 60s, we started with standalone computing, originally mainframes, then we had minis, and eventually we had PCs. And then we started to connect them together. And then we had some interoperating protocols at the LAN level. And then we sort of started to get internet email. I think I got my first email address in about 1991. And we got basic internet connectivity protocols, web, email, telnet, FTP. And I'm going to argue with you that actually that's when the perimeter broke down. The instant we started connecting our businesses to other businesses and the nascent internet, circa 1992, then things started to break down, but we didn't realize it at the time. Then along came VPNs and we had some external working and we started to get limited internet-based collaboration. And then, of course, we had consumerization. All of a sudden, the devices we have in our pockets and on our wrists are more powerful than what the company provides us on our desk, which is actually pretty scary. And then ultimately, some point in the future, we've got full internet-based collaboration and full deperimeterized working. And based into that is cloud. So here's where we had our loss of control, probably about 93. We just didn't realize it. Here we have the sort of problems as we get onto collaboration, which is how do you do computing in an environment you don't control? And here, if you like, is the problem statement behind cloud, because it is someone else's computer in an environment that you do not control. And a lot of that is why Cloud Security Alliance exists. And here's the interesting one. As we get onto full internet-based collaboration, because that's what businesses want to do, how do you share and consume identity in an environment you do not control? And ultimately, the real problem statement is how do you protect and yet work with data in an environment you don't control? Which are the two big problems that we need to properly solve? Why are we going up this line? The answer is pretty simple. Collaboration is a business requirement. If you look at what your businesses do, why do you have IT in your business environment? The answer is because the businesses want to collaborate, whether it's person to person within the business, but more laterally, it's person to person outside of the business or organization to organization, or more important in the future, it's going to be machine to machine and chat GPT to chat GPT, etc., etc. Why are we going up that line? Business value, obviously, but as we go up that line, risk increases. And this line is what Jericho used as its basis for the work it did until it shut down in 2014. And the original of this is out of a paper called The Business Rationale for Deperimeterization, produced in January 2007. And just go onto Wikipedia and go to Jericho Forum and you will find it all. So here's our history, if you like. So how does that relate to zero trust? Well, obviously like this. So back in the 90s, we had firewalls, deep packet inspection, antivirus. And believe it or not, the term zero trust was coined in 1994 by a guy called Stephen Paul Marsh in his PhD thesis at Stirling University in Scotland, called Formalizing Trust as a Computational Concept. Good read, actually. If you can get hold of it, there are references out there, I think, on the Zero Trust page on Wikipedia. But it's a good read. Thoroughly recommend it. But he coined the term back in 1994. In 2003, along came Jericho, basically saying deperimeterization is happening to you. The firewall has limited use as a security boundary. It's only going to get worse, and hard borders are inhibiting business from collaborating. 2007, we went up that line and said, well, what does that mean? And the answer is we'll be doing, at some point in the very near future, computing outside of our perimeter. So if your border is irrelevant, then you can outsource your computing services. Fairly obvious. And we called it computing outside your perimeter. Eventually, the industry called it cloud. We developed this thing called the Cloud Cube model for cloud outsourcing, which again is a great read. and fairly insightful of how not to get trapped in vendor lock-in in the cloud world. Around the same time, circa 2007, the US Defense Agency DISA funded the Black Core Network Initiative, which evolved into software-defined perimeters, but very independently of all this other work. 2008, along came Cloud Security Alliance. How do you secure cloud computing? Basically, it ingested all the Jericho Forum's concept work, and we literally did a lift and shift on all the work we'd done on computing outside your perimeter and gave it to CSA. And obviously, they developed an awful lot of their own stuff. It wasn't just Jericho Forum, but you'll see the fingerprints all over the original documents. And developed guidance document based on industry best practice. 2010, along came John with Forrester Research and presented a document called Zero Trust Network Architecture, proposing segmented, parallelized, and centralized internal networks. And then finally, 2012, Jericho Forum Identity Commandments. As we went up that line, what are the problems we need to solve? Well, one of those being identity, as you saw from that original graph. So what does this look like? 2003, deperimeterization. 2010, John and Zero Trust networking. And actually, the interesting one is Google. If you haven't seen the information on Beyond Corp, then this, I think, is probably the closest to, if you like, the Jericho vision of what Zero Trust looks like, which is that's their statement. We no longer determine who you are based on your IP address. Absolutely. And we treat every network in the world as untrusted, whether it's physically inside our building or whether you're in Starbucks. So in other words, the security model, the security architecture model for the Google Beyond Corp version of Zero Trust says security model remains absolutely the same, whether you're inside Google on a Google network or actually you're outside Google in Starbucks or anywhere else in the world. We do not differentiate. So what is Zero Trust not? Well, it's not a product. Unfortunately, unlike the old days where you could ring up your supplier, your favorite supplier, and say, I need some security. And they'd say, here's a firewall and some anti-malware. And we go tick for the auditors and everyone would be happy. But it will utilize a set of Zero Trust enabled core products. But unlike the old paradigm of ring up your supplier, they ship you some stuff, you pay for it, it requires IT and security architects to understand their business and strategic direction, because your Zero Trust solution will differ from my Zero Trust solution because we will be meeting different business needs. So just to reiterate, Bart Simpson says it best, Zero Trust is not a product. And couple that together with this one, there is no cloud. It is just someone else's computer. So you need to remember both of those when you're looking at cloud and Zero Trust as a set. But the interesting thing is cloud solutions and Zero Trust solutions actually have a very similar problem statement when it comes to things like identity, which is how do you identify yourself in environments that you do not control? So let's try and bring that together and look at what that actually means. So this is from, we're obviously a CSA, we're on version 4 of guidance. But this is from version 3. It didn't make it into, it got dropped out of version 4, but I still refer to it because I think it's really relevant. Context enables a risk-based evaluation or decision. So what are we looking for? We're trying to make, when we connect to something, making a risk-based decision about access to data or systems based on trusted identity attributes, not identity, trusted identity attributes of all the entities and the components in the transaction chain. Why is that important? Because think about it, in an ideal world where we want to get to as architects and security people is when someone from 3,500 miles away tries to connect to our systems to do something, don't know what, we want to understand how their attributes are linked to them as an entity. How, do we understand what machine they're connecting from? Do we understand whether it is rooted or not? Do we understand where they are geolocated? All of that information, how are they getting to us? Is it on a VPN? Is it on direct internet? Is it on a secure protocol? Can it be intercepted? There's a whole plethora of information that we could use to make better decisions, better risk-based decisions about whether we let them do what they're trying to do, especially when they're 3,500 miles away on the end of a wet piece of string that we do not own. So before we go any further and look at how this all goes together, zero trust and things that make me go, so the first one is this, and I include these because actually these are things you should not do. So the first one, identity is not the new perimeter. Why? Because perimeters mean that it's what we call a locus of control. I can make it all work as long as you play in my sandpit. But it doesn't work as soon as you go outside. And that was always the problem with the original deperimeterization statement, is what we were trying to say is, look, you can make it work inside your corporate network, but as soon as you try to connect outside and collaborate, it all falls apart. We end up doing kludges, like creating dummy people for people we don't have as staff on our systems so they can log into our systems. It's a chocolate teapot at the end of the day. Identity is not the new perimeter, because perimeters indicate locuses of control. Locuses of control inhibit business from doing what they are trying to do. Zero trust is a network security concept. It might be, but actually it's not where you should be aiming for, in my personal opinion. Yes, there are some neat solutions out there at the moment in the network security arena out there, because there are lots of vendors pushing it. But ultimately, again, you end up in a locus of control. You end up saying, if you want to play in my zero trust environment, you need my software on your endpoint, which again isn't going to happen in a lot of cases. So what do? And it becomes a nightmare. You must install my product, solution, or corporate standard. Well, hang on a second. You want me to use bring your own device, but you want me to put your software controlling my personal device? No way. It gets worse. If I have 10 auditors coming in from Ernst & Young who have corporate lockdown PCs, are you going to install your security product on their lockdown corporate PCs? I can tell you, Ernst & Young will tell you in no uncertain terms, get lost. All access must be authenticated. This comes out of the NIST standard. It's quite interesting, and it's misread out of the NIST standard. So think about it. All access should be appropriately authenticated based on your risk assessment. Because ultimately, if what I'm showing, if what my system is the lunchtime canteen menu on a web server, I want everyone to access it, because I don't want to limit that to just staff. I want actually my contractors, my security guards, my visitors, everyone else to be able to get to that. So does it need to be authenticated? No, absolutely not, because the risk statement says not. Ditto if you're coming in from, you're a public-facing e-commerce site. Actually, I want the general public to come into it. Yes, we might put some other security controls on it, but is all access going to be authenticated? Absolutely not. So people misread the NIST standard and say, all my access must be authenticated. It's not true. You need to caveat it. Appropriately authenticated depending on risk. And the last one is this: trust but verify. The amount of times I've heard this, it was a really bad saying when Reagan used it with Gorbachev, it's even worse in the security arena today. So please, please, please do not. And anything with a buzzword. Yeah, like everything else, we use buzzwords to keep people out of our industry. So please stop it. Please use plain English as much as possible. So, trying to wrap that all up in the last 10 minutes I have, cloud and zero trust. I'm going to argue it's same coin with two sides, because the problem statement is essentially the same. So what do we need to do? First of all, we need to identify everything connecting in context. Yeah, in context, which is why we talked about context in the first place with identity. I want to understand, for example, if I am trying to buy a bottle of alcohol on your favorite e-commerce website, then the e-commerce website requires to know I'm over 18. Where should that come from? Should that be something I upload my passport or driver's license to your favorite e-commerce website? Absolutely not, because there's a privacy implication here. Who is authoritative for the fact I am over 18, apart from the grey hair, which works fine when you're face-to-face, doesn't work at 3,500 miles. How do I prove I'm over 18? Well, in my case, the thing that's authoritative for the fact I'm over 18 is my birth certificate, because it was issued by UK government. Therefore, if you like it from an electronic point of view, it's signed by UK government. Therefore, actually, what your favorite e-commerce website should be saying is, I need an assertion signed by UK government that you are over 18 with a known level of immutable linkage between me, the entity giving them the attribute, and the attribute itself. Because at the end of the day, if you can have a 14-year-old asserting I am over 18, then you've got a problem. So you need an understandable level of connection, immutable linkage between me and the assertion. You don't need to know my name. It can be anonymous. I can use Bitcoin to pay for it. I can use a drop box in your local SO garage as the delivery address for it. But ultimately, you need the context to understand the assertion coming in context from preferably the authoritative source. Yeah, you need to accept multiple sources of authoritative attributes to enable collaboration. So if you want to enable collaboration, whether it's in cloud or whether it's in zero trust or whatever, people coming in to your systems or you going out and collaborating with other systems, system to system collaboration, you need multiple authoritative attributes. So, yes, I am over 18. Yes, the machine I'm using is not rooted. Yes, the machine I'm using is geolocated to where I say I am. Yes, I am over 18. Yes, I can assert that I'm going to pay for it with an assertion signed by Visa. And yes, here's my account that says you can put it in this Dropbox. And guess what? I can wrap it all together with a nice cryptographic bow that says only one entity could have asserted all of those authoritative attributes as a collective set. Don't just use sameness. So you need to integrate other sources of information to increase your confidence. And we'll go into that in 2 seconds. And finally, use the 5 W's and an H, or the 6 W's, or however you had it taught to you. Use who, what, where, when, why, and how as your starting point for developing those access rules to your system. Yeah, and ultimately these should be driven by the business owner, and they should be risk-based. So going back to my original picture of what identity is: authentication, sameness, persona, and attributes. the identity stack. What we need to do is add on top of that context. So the join between those personas give you context, and then we can put entitlement rules on top of the context, business entitlement rules. But we're going to mix into those this little lot on the left-hand side. Yeah, you know, where are we located in the world? Which network are we on in the world? Do the two jive? In other words, does my network location jive with my GPS location? Are they one and the same? Because otherwise someone's trying to spoof it. What historic transactional information have we done? Normative transactional profile is a great term. It's a banking term. It basically means, do I transfer £6,000 to Russia, a Russian bank, on a Tuesday afternoon? And if I do every Tuesday afternoon, then probably it's fine. But if not, let's block it until we've actually done some step-up authentication or some extra verification. What about our code execution trust, device identity trust, organizational identities that we're using, and also what is our transactional risk level on this particular transaction? If all I'm trying to do is view my bank account, then transactional risk level is pretty slow. But as soon as I want to transfer money outside of my bank, then actually, do we need to do step-up authentication or demand a higher level of authentication in the attributes we've already had? So context is really key to making all this work. So to wrap up, and I hope there are lots of questions coming in, cloud and zero trust. Ultimately, why are we doing them? It's about business enablement. It is as simple as that. There is a business value and a return on investment to doing both cloud and zero trust in equal measure. And they're both driven by that same desire to collaborate. If we build identity silos, whether it's for cloud or zero trust, then actually what we are doing is inhibiting the business collaborating, because you're then into the realms of federation, and federation does not work. There's my provocative statement. Federation does not work unless you own both halves of the federation. So the only place I've seen federation work really successfully is where you've bought another part of the business. They also use Active Directory, and it's too blooming difficult to actually merge those Active Directories together. So what do? We federate them, but we own both Active Directories. So that's fine. And the other place is in military and aerospace, where it costs an awful lot to identity proof people. And there is a club agreement to identity proof people to the same high standard. But it costs a huge amount of money per person to do that. Not practical for most other places. So I reiterate, federation does not work as a rule. And building identity silos is not a great idea. And to do risk-based access properly, multiple attributes from multiple entities and other environmental and normative information is required. So the days of just requiring user identification and password, or even passwordless, are long gone. Passwordless is an attempt, if you look at the underlying message behind passwordless, it is how we use a bunch of other factors about this entity that is trying to connect to us to say, yeah, actually, we trust them enough based on, we've seen them coming from this machine before, we've seen them with this machine with certificates on it before, etc., etc., etc. But again, most of the ways passwordless is being done at the moment, successfully anyway, is being done with one piece of software installed on an end user device. And again, I refer back to my previous comments about why that actually doesn't scale. So just to finish up with, because I like promising free stuff, here's where you go for it. the original Jericho Forum commandments, you can get these on Wikipedia. So just go into Wikipedia, Jericho Forum. Everything that Jericho produced is open source, and it is all documented on the Wikipedia page for Jericho Forum. So please go and steal it, and use it with pride, as my old boss used to say. Beyond Corp, really good read. They're pretty short. There's about 4 or 5 papers out there, done by Rory Ward, among other people. We actually brought Rory Ward across to a previous CSA AGM in the UK, and he was absolutely great. I think you can still find the video for what Rory did. So if you don't like reading papers, go find the CSA AGM video that is out on YouTube. And again, it's a really, really good listen. If you like reading NIST papers, there's Zero Trust Architecture. I would argue with you as a non-American that the NIST is very federal and military driven. Therefore, I think it's pretty good. About 90% of it is pretty spot on, and there's 10% I sort of fundamentally disagree, not with the concept, but with the wording that's in it, because it doesn't give you the level of flexibility that businesses may want in terms of risk-based, because federal and military tend to be a little bit absolute when they look at risk. But really good starting point. It is getting reviewed and other bits and pieces. And then finally, the CSA corporate document, Zero Trust as a Security Philosophy, which is aimed at the C-level. So if you have your C-level saying, what is all this Zero Trust stuff that we keep on hearing about? Actually, the aim behind this document is give it to your C-levels. Because it's there to explain it, hopefully in high-level business terms, of why Zero Trust is really important and why getting your security philosophy lined up with your business aims and objectives is the key to doing Zero Trust. Finally, a lot of this is linked on globalidentityfoundation.org, and if you want to read more into the identity background, then globalidentity.blog is a good place to start. So it's globalidentityfoundation.org or globalidentity.blog has a series of articles starting with what I went over earlier, which is the whole identity piece and the context piece. Great place to start. And with that, I'm hoping, with about 4 minutes to go, we have some questions. So, Shireen, what are the questions looking like?
Hello. So, yeah, so I have a question. So back on one of your previous slides, Paul, so Zero Trust and the things that make me go, ah.
Yeah, okay.
So number 19, slide 19, I think it was.
There we are. Yep.
Yeah, so you touched on trust but verify. Can you just go back and just help people? Because obviously this is a very common phrase that people will hear, but can you just sort of elaborate a little bit more in the time that we've got on why that's an issue, if possible?
So absolutely. So trust but verify. Basically, if you look at the NIST document, the NIST document says everything must be authenticated. And as a result, people have taken, this was obviously originally, it was a Russian proverb used by Gorbachev, then sort of parroted by Ronald Reagan as trust but verify. It's not quite the Russian proverb. But it's sort of a very glib statement, which is why it makes me go, and annoys me. Ultimately, it is not about verifying everything. It is not about trusting everything. So one of the things I totally agree with John is in a zero trust world, actually, it's not about trust, because trust is zero at the end of the day. What you are looking for is a level of confidence by which you can collaborate or connect. So in a zero trust world, trust is zero. Therefore, trust but verify actually is an oxymoron. Therefore, as I said, John phrases it really nicely, I have to say, as what we are looking for is a level of confidence based on the 5 W's and an H that says, under these circumstances, the business is happy to collaborate. And the other thing is actually that assurance, that verification should be continuous in a zero trust world, because the level of trust you have in people will vary over time. It's no good letting someone log in and then stay logged in for 2 years, because guess what? They might not work for you in 2 years. So actually, the other thing you need to do is say, actually, this is my revalidation time on all of this. And it might be in real time. So if you think about it, if I want to do zero trust perimeterless at border entry, when you walk into the UK at passport control, what are you looking for? Are you looking for an assertion that on my phone, I logged into my phone 2 years ago, or even 2 weeks ago, or even a day ago? No, you want a real-time assertion that this person is allowed to enter the country. So your renewal time is 0. So you want real-time verification, real-time confidence that this person is who they say they are. In other words, they have a high level of immutable linkage between me and the credential, usually my passport that I'm presenting, and the ability to do that in real time and check it and say, yes, it is not on the watch list, it is not on the banned list, or it hasn't been revoked or anything else. So trust but verify doesn't really work.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for answering that. And we've got a note from, I'm just posting, so anyone enter who writes a comment, I'm going to put it up on during the live AGM. So
Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you for your comment. 20-year anniversary of the Jericho Commandments, and I still refer to the fundamentals today. And brilliant keynote, Paul.
Absolutely, yeah. 2 sides of A4. I mean, we wrote them as 2 sides of A4. I think they are still probably more relevant today with cloud and zero trust than they were originally 20 years ago when we wrote them. So please download them. Please use them in your everyday. They are all Creative Commons. So still with pride, reuse in your business.
Brilliant. Paul, thank you ever so much for that. That's absolutely wonderful. So Paul will be back with us. So what time? Paul will be back at 12. So we've got our board election results. So exciting to wait for that. And then we've also got updates on our CSA initiatives. So zero trust and identity. So looking forward to that. So next, who have we got next? So we've got Emilio Mazon. So we're really excited to add. Emilio is new to the board, so really exciting to hear his presentation today on cloud lateral movement. So welcome, Emilio.
Hi, everybody.
How is that? Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Emilio, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Can you see the screen, Shireen?
Hi, yes, no, we can see everything. You can start.
Great, cool.
Yeah, okay, no worries, sorry. Hi, Emilio.
So as Frank was saying earlier, the cloud is still lacks security and maturity, and is full of complexity, and it's just about to get a whole lot more complex. So I've designed this presentation a little bit like a template that you can come back to and refer to, because there's a lot in it and there's a lot to cover in understanding and breaking down the different pieces and components of lateral traffic in the cloud. So we're going to begin with some basic concepts to start with very, very quickly, just to get everyone up to speed, and then move on to some more advanced stuff. So reviewing a few basics. Why are we looking at lateral traffic specifically? Well, as you can probably guess, we've got data breaches in lateral protocols. We've got lateral attacks, lateral threats. We've got quite often a visibility of lateral traffic and a limited control. A lot of organizations don't really have a very extensive inventory of their cloud assets, what is running across in the way of data, software, applications, infrastructure, and serverless protocols. They often don't do risk assessments, don't fundamentally understand the risks, and one of the biggest is obviously that's quite often overlooked is that the cloud is multi-tenant and multi-vendor. Then we've obviously got legal, regulatory and compliance and monitoring. And a lot of this makes up the foundations of our attack surface management in the cloud. These are a lot of the key categories. So that's a basic answer. But if we go a bit more deeper into it, we see that companies and especially global organizations are moving much more heavily into cloud first. They're moving.
Sorry, Emilio, you need to. Sorry, you need to just move your slides. It's on the first slide. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
What can you see?
Emilia, I think, are you using presenters view? I think we're seeing the original slides, your view, the presenter's view of the slides.
What do you see now?
It is your, yeah, there we go. So you're on slide number 3, deeper dive, Y 2.0. Sorry for the short interruption, everyone.
So as I was saying, organizations are moving much more into cloud now, and they have much bigger cloud deployments and much bigger overlapping diverse architectures. We're now beginning to see large-scale ERP systems moving into the cloud, which means large-scale Oracle, SAP, software AG systems, and that means that includes payment systems, banking systems, and we're seeing much larger AI and ML and big data environments turning up as everybody's going AI, ML mad with their GTP, GPT, AI, and Kubernetes data lakes, microservices and edge services, and fog and edge computing, not to mention 5G. We're seeing a lot of public IP addresses, a lot of open access, and there are, of course, a lot of APIs and a lot of API traffic, which is often uncontrolled and undocumented. And there's a lack of coordinated security policy management, especially across multiple countries and regions. Can you see the next slide?
No, Amelia.
Shireen, do you see the next slide?
Slide number 4, yes. No, that's clear.
Let me help you out. I've got everything ready for you. Do you want slide number 4? You just say next slide and I'll move it along for you, Emilio, if that's easier. Yeah, slide.
Sure. So what can we do about it? So some of the foundations of cloud lateral traffic, as we probably already know, are network segmentation, identity and access management, monitoring, encryption, and network access controls. Some of the more advanced stuff is going to be around microsegmentation, and the biggest area is the controls over protocol traffic, which essentially means the segregation of north-south traffic and east-west lateral traffic. This is one of the biggest areas in splitting up the traffic in the cloud. Then the next area is going to be secure APIs, mainly because APIs make up over 90% of cloud traffic, and they carry high risks, as you know, I've already explained. There's a long list of areas and risks around APIs that goes on and on and on. So we need to understand and control that area. Then we have private IP addresses we can have, which is going to be much more secure and less exposed. And we can always have a central register of APIs for greater control and visibility of APIs. And public IPs limited to secure DMZ and edge environments. Have we got the next slide?
Yep, slide 5.
API security. So a lot of people underestimate API security. They think it's just simply about authentication and encryption across the wire. API security is quite a deep subject, and is probably a presentation in its own right. This summary from IBM is a really good wake-up call for everybody to go through and see all the different components of API security, to understand and break it down into the records, the visibility of the APIs, the API risks, your API assets, the API types. Do you have an API gateway for security, for example, which we'll be discussing later. But there's a lot more to API security than meets the eye, and I always keep this checklist around as a good reminder when I look at API security, because there's a lot that we don't cover and a lot that still needs to be done. So this kind of checklist is always a good wake-up call for me. Can you see the next slide?
Yep, that's up for you now. What direction is the industry going?
Yeah. So what is everybody doing? What's happening in the real world? Well, whatever cloud you're on, AWS is looking at landing zones and something called control tower. Azure has something they call the cloud landing zone security architecture. Google has edge security. Oracle doesn't have anything. Gartner talks about a secure access service edge architecture. These kind of architectures are mostly hub and spoke architectures to control north-south traffic. They don't specifically address lateral traffic. They mainly provide edge and perimeter and DMZ-like security architecture, if you can get a DMZ into the cloud. But it looks like that kind of thing. So what do the actual protocols running east-west look like in the cloud? Well, this is a breakdown of what we're looking at. And it's made up of a lot of cloud stacks. It's made up of the control plane, the management plane, serverless traffic, PaaS traffic, function as a service. The data plane is obviously very big, and the cloud service provider backbone that goes into the cloud provider. It's made up of a lot of traffic routes, ingress, egress gateways, internet gateways, transit gateways, VPC gateways, and service application microservices. That's really what we're looking at here. What does it actually look like, though? Well, if we look at it and break it down further from a networking point of view, we can see that it all starts with the application plane up top, followed by the control plane, which tend to sit in the middle, and management plane, and then the data plane at the bottom. This is a kind of breakdown of both north-south and east-west lateral traffic, how it looks like in an SDN architecture. So what can we do to bring it together? Well, for large-scale enterprise cloud deployments, we can introduce something like an enterprise service mesh. This is a little bit like an ESB. For those of you that know what an ESB is, an enterprise service bus, a bus that runs laterally across the whole of the architecture. It provides traffic management and monitoring. It provides control of the different traffic planes broken down, traffic logging, encryption. It has something called a sidecar architecture, which I'll expand on in a second. And it does service to service, application to application, microservice to microservice, secure connectivity, authentication, authorization, and even segregation of duties if you're really interested in going that deep into it, by segregation of the control plane. So this in effect is a list of some of the core use cases that we can use it for, and it provides MTLS connectivity. This is what it looks like in greater detail. This is the architecture, and is broken down between the management plane, the control plane, the data plane, and shows the sidecar architecture by having a proxy in each microservice that communicates across the whole of the lateral plane. This provides application to application and microservice to microservice connectivity across a secure traffic bus. And it has telemetry and monitoring tools like Prometheus and Grafana you can use. And it, as I said, provides MTLS connectivity.
Emilio, do you want us to move on to the next slide, slide 7?
Yeah.
Okay, you just let me know when to move on to the next one, and I'll do that. Thank you.
Is that is that the diagram of the cloud service mesh?
It's the deeper dive cloud traffic lateral protocols. I need to go back to what direction the industry is going. Deeper dive. What does it look like? SDN architecture.
No, sorry, I thought it was coming up on my screen. It's not coming up. Are you not seeing my screen?
No, we're doing the presentation for you.
Let me just come and bring it up. Okay, next slide.
What slide is it?
I can see it. You've got the diagram
Okay,
of
fine.
the SDN architecture.
This one? Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Next one. And the one after, please. Yeah. So as I just said, this is what it actually looks like, the cloud service mesh. And it's broken down into the management plane, the control plane, and the data plane. And the proxies here you can see make up the sidecar architecture which communicate across the service mesh between microservices or applications. And everything goes through the control plane, and the back end includes telemetry and monitoring systems like Prometheus and Grafana. Next slide, please. So in summary, it works like an enterprise service bus. It provides secure communications of cloud lateral traffic and APIs. And for north-south API traffic, we can use an API gateway, and for lateral API traffic, we can use the service mesh. It provides a zero trust architecture with MTLS connectivity, and you can pre-authenticate all traffic going into the service bus. It provides security policy enforcement across the enterprise and scales to thousands of nodes globally, is Kubernetes native, which means the architecture is much more simplified, and it means that you don't need an API gateway, which is part of Kubernetes, and it just plugs straight into the service mesh. And it also means it aligns with SOA and SOA security architecture. Next slide, please. Monitoring, reporting, and management information is quite often missed and overlooked. It's pretty important to log and monitor the lateral traffic that's going through the network. It's pretty important to log all API calls. You can use automation tools, such as API scanning tools are being used now by companies to identify API anomalies, risks, abuse of APIs and API attacks, and automate reporting and management information. This can be integrated with security operations, log analytics, SIEM, and security systems. And you can also use AI to spot abnormal behavior patterns. Next slide, please. So we know where we are at the moment. In the present moment, we've got security of external internet-facing north-south traffic. And we've got some landing zones and DMZ-like perimeter edge security. Some companies are using API gateways. This is mainly only for north-south traffic, which is quite often used only for web-facing applications, that kind of thing. So there is some use of API gateways. It's quite limited at the moment. But that model for controlling north-south traffic is fine, although in the future, we need to also control security of lateral east-west traffic and lateral APIs. And a service mesh architecture provides that kind of thing, provides enterprise security, is highly scalable. We also need to have a look at an API register for visibility and security of APIs to have some way to put them. Security over the data plane, the management plane, the control plane. It's a zero trust architecture, so it provides pre-authentication of connections. If you pre-authenticate everything, you can also use runtime protection tools, RASP tools, to secure applications to PaaS calls, function as a service, and serverless. It's native integration with Kubernetes, and it's also high speed and low latency connectivity across distributed systems. Next slide, please, Shereen. So cloud security is about constantly raising the bar and moving forward with new projects and initiatives. A little bit like planting seeds. Some may show results in a week, some in a month, some never. But what's important is to keep planting and keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emilio. And yeah, apologies for the technical difficulties there. So sorry for that. You carried on regardless. So thank you for that. We do have some questions. I am going to post those now. Let's see, what have we got? So first of all, question for you. What are the associated risks of not having lateral protection?
Well, the risks are all, as I've mentioned in the presentation. You're not going to have control over all of those environments. And which slide was it? I think it was slide number 1, actually. Protection against data breaches, some of the use cases. Visibility and control over lateral traffic, inventory, risk assessment, legal and regulatory compliance, monitoring and reporting, all of those things, certainly.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so also, let's see, what are the current challenges around protecting lateral traffic?
I think the biggest challenge is going to be visibility over the traffic, because there is just so much, so many data planes, control planes, and so many interconnected clouds and disparate cloud environments. A lot of enterprises, global enterprises, have got some a lot of disparate large-scale cloud deployments, and trying to unpick that is very, very difficult.
Hi, Emilio. Great presentation. I really, really liked it. I think it's a great insight on looking at the type of lateral traffic. API gateways, all of those are very, very important components into securing our data and our assets inside the cloud. And I believe, I mean, for you to get here, I suppose this is a topic of interest. How did you sort of get into this particular topic? What actually took your interest in this topic?
A lot of, from a security architecture perspective, a lot of projects that we run found that there was a lack of knowledge of cloud lateral traffic. It came up in a lot of different projects. So we approached this area from very, very different angles. Some of it was from a security engineering angle, some of it was from an architecture, some of it was from a network discovery angle. But the cloud is made up of a lot of lateral traffic that is not on the normal reservation of cloud traffic. Normally they produce these little simplistic diagrams showing that this is your responsibility, this is the cloud provider's responsibility. You know, you're responsible for your application, they're responsible for everything else. And it doesn't come up easily in those environments. So that is one of the biggest problems.
So what this is actually a great point. Visibility is a great problem. I mean, in terms of being, especially at this moment in time, going into the cloud is a first for everyone. It's the first journey. So how did you get to visualize that these are the potential dangers you're going to get through sort of experience? What made you think, were there actually problems which happened during lateral movement? I'm saying that, were there any attacks? Did you notice that there were potentials, or I don't know, by maybe having a honeypot in there to show that there was some kind of bad traffic going on? Was there something which actually happened which made you all realize, or was this part of the standards and the procedure and something you had to think about? How did that come across?
Well, it came across in the large number of projects that we run. It's not really a cloud first thing. These are more advanced topics when we put bigger systems into the clouds. So a lot of global enterprises have gone in to put smaller applications into the cloud, and they've been doing that for many years. But what's going on now is that they're moving much bigger systems into the cloud. They're moving like their whole HR systems, their wholesale systems, and those systems are very, very complex. Because you might get a global ERP system and it might have 100 applications that also feed into that. So you're not just looking at a simple SAP system or an Oracle system, and some of those systems that feed into it are very, very high risk. They might be banking systems, they might be banking applications, they might be payment systems. So they are not only very complex, but their components are very, very high risk. So suddenly, if you start picking something like that up from an on-prem environment, which has got nothing but perimeter security, and you put it into the cloud environment that doesn't have perimeter security, it doesn't have any perimeter, in fact, suddenly you start having to go down in to open up the hood and you need to start to go into and find out exactly all the protocols that they're using and how you're going to deal with that. So from a simplistic level, normally what people do is that they have just one app and it just has a couple of protocols, and it's really, really simple because they can know that. But when you start to move enterprise systems into the cloud, it's a whole different ballgame. You're talking about a huge number of protocols, different kind of protocols that need security, because if they don't, somebody will find a way to just jump on it and start causing havoc and bringing everything down. And that's what we've found, that all of these protocols, you have to kind of secure them, but you can't secure them on a micro level. You can't go around each protocol because you need 1,000 people to go around and figure out each protocol. You need an enterprise scale solution. And an enterprise service bus is a little bit like connecting with your mobile phone company. You know, once you're connected to that mobile phone company, you are in effect connected to anybody else who's connected to that mobile phone company anywhere in the world. So it's like that bus that runs across that nobody sees, but they know that that connectivity is all there.
And I suppose that's what makes the attack surfaces a lot larger when you're in the cloud, just purely because, there's part of, as Paul said earlier, it's a lot of deperimeterization going on. We don't really know where our perimeters are, and there's no concept of perimeter at the moment. It really is a very, very interesting point to actually bring up. I mean, some of the bits you've mentioned about the API security, using API gateways and having to secure those. Could you sort of give us a bit of the drivers around those? Is there a lot of APIs being used today? Are a lot of the majority of the projects using APIs? And how are you, or do you recommend we think about APIs when we are to secure APIs?
The service mesh is in effect a giant API gateway, and the API gateway provides a host of security services. So it can log APIs, it provides authentication, authorization. So it's perfect for that. So the model that I'm suggesting is that we have control of north-south traffic via some sort of cloud DMZ at the top with an API gateway, as some organizations and a lot of enterprises, large-scale enterprises do have. And for lateral traffic, we have a service mesh, which is in effect a giant API gateway that controls not only the APIs, but a whole mishmash of traffic, as I've shown in the diagrams. The data plane, the control plane, the management plane traffic, it all runs through that. So it is even more complex than Frank started off talking about, but it is an enterprise solution for dealing with it. Small companies won't be getting into something like this because they will just have, they will sell their product and then they will know that it has a small number of protocols and they can secure those individual protocols. So everything's easy. But when it starts to scale up in global companies, it starts to get a lot more complex, and this is what it begins to look like.
This is actually a very, very interesting way of looking at it. I'm glad you actually mentioned there's two ways of looking at this. Is for a smaller company, the methodology and the approach would be slightly different compared to a large enterprise and a global enterprise. So just for the benefit of our users, we have some users who are just sort of joining, the beginning of their careers, don't really understand some of the terminologies we have used here. So one of the ones actually, it's for myself, the service mesh function. If you could elaborate on that, please.
Service mesh has been around quite a long time now, and it's been around in DevOps. They've been using them, and it's in effect like a proxy server. It's like a reverse proxy. It's a gateway. As I was showing in one of the diagrams earlier, these are using something called a sidecar architecture, and which is just like an agent that's communicating to all the other agents. So it provides routing, service availability, and service connectivity across all the lateral plane. So it's really like a giant API gateway. Rather than having a single API gateway that just goes out to the internet, this API gateway is connected to kind of sub-API gateways across the whole of your lateral environment in the cloud. And that provides privacy and security and connectivity and service-to-service communications. So it ties up all the lateral traffic in a much more secure way than just letting it just run out there and nobody really knows how it's secured or what it's doing or anything like that. So it is one very powerful solution to do that. And it is very powerful if you use it in connection with a north-south API gateway, which most people have probably heard about. There's AWS API gateway, there's Azure API gateway, there's Layer 7, there's dozens and dozens of API gateways out there for the control of north-south traffic. For the control of east-west and lateral traffic, we can use a service mesh like Istio, and there's a lot of vendors out there that can do that. And once you have protocols running both of those gateways, you have much stronger security of your enterprise cloud environments.
Very interesting indeed. And I hope this sort of helped out our listeners understand a bit more about the service mesh function, the DevOps. Do you have any advice for those who are just starting or sort of considering securing lateral traffic? What should their mindset be? How should they be approaching the problems they will be encountering on this journey of securing lateral traffic movement in the cloud?
Well, the first thing they can do is visibility is a big thing on a smaller scale. And they can always use some of the smaller API gateways to control lateral traffic rather than an enterprise one. So the principles can still be used in smaller companies rather than get a service mesh in. They can still use an API gateway across both lateral and north-south traffic. Some of them are even open source. So they can still follow the same architecture in the presentation on a much smaller scale, simply by using API gateways. And most of these API gateways are designed to pick up all of the cloud protocols that run through them. So they will run through them. So you can in effect reverse scale this architecture just by using smaller API gateways without a service mesh. Yeah, although I've not tried that, but you can simply do it because that's what they do anyway.
I'd say, yeah, that not something I have tried it myself, but one of the key points against which I thought it's very interesting you've mentioned that is the visibility part of it. So how do you today have visibility of the traffic and the movement of traffic on an infrastructure which partially doesn't belong to you? It is, as Paul says, on someone else's computer. What are the monitoring, for example, or how do you make those type of traffic visible to yourself?
Well, firstly, you can log all APIs. In AWS, for example, it's very, very simple. You can enable logging and it'll log all API calls. So you don't need to be viewing APIs in real time. You don't need to put a sniffer on the network. You don't need to put an analyzer on the network. You can log APIs and see them very, very simply, and very, very cheaply. You can pick them up that way. Bigger organizations will have monitoring tools that will try to cut and slice the API traffic and to find out what is data traffic, because data traffic will obviously be higher risk. There may be data traffic that's not encrypted. So there could be all sorts of problems in that. So they will have analyzers that will break down the APIs into the different categories of APIs, whether they are control plane or management plane or data APIs. So once you understand what is the different kind of APIs that you're running, then you can start to secure them. If you don't know what APIs there are, you can't secure them. So everything starts with either understanding it, monitoring it, or logging it. And that there are a lot of tools available that can do that aren't necessarily, very expensive to implement.
Okay. To actually really understand the APIs, do you have to have programming background?
If you want to go into the detail, obviously you have to have a programming knowledge of them, or you can use programmers to help you. But from a connectivity level of where the source and destination is, that's not necessarily that difficult. Yeah, the more you go into it, the more technical knowledge you need. But also you can start off very, very simply by finding out what APIs you have and where they're going and where they're coming from and where they're going to, and trying to break them down into different categories to find out what type of APIs. That's important. But there are a lot of tools on the market that do that. There are networking tools, there are traffic tools, because obviously networking people are concerned about other things like network latency and the network going down and problems like that. So they already have a lot of tools on the market that are going around looking at that kind of traffic and looking at API traffic. So it's not necessarily that you need security tools. There are a lot of tools that look at APIs anyway for diagnostics and for telemetry.
Nice. I suppose it is very important. If you are to secure something, you really need to know what you're securing. So understanding, for example, in this case, the API, having visibility of it, having the right monitoring tools are indeed key for making sort of a secure lateral movement protection for your traffic. And just going back a couple of things you've mentioned. Sorry, thoughts are just flowing around, and obviously things are coming across as well. So I thought there was a mention for the need for open standards versus vendor lock-in. Is this something you could elaborate on? It's one of those things mentioned earlier.
Well, a lot of directors ask for vendor agnostic solutions or applications or security tools, and that is probably a very sound way to go, because a lot of companies suddenly may decide that they're not happy with this cloud provider, they're going to move to another cloud provider and another cloud provider. And if you're building a security strategy around tools that are all with one vendor, and your knowledge is based on just one vendor, when the IT department or when the IT director or the company decides to move to another cloud environment, you've got to change all your skills. So all our engineers focus very much on being cloud agnostic, and I tend to deliver cloud agnostic security tools so that they work across multiple clouds. In very large scale global organizations, even though they will say, oh, we're with Azure or we're with AWS, there will always be, strangely enough, loads of people in other clouds. So you will need to put security in multi-cloud environments, even if there isn't a multi-cloud environment strategy in the company and they're saying, oh, you must go with AWS or Azure or blah, blah, blah. It's still better to go cloud agnostic.
It's very, very interesting you mentioned that. I mean, in the beginning, we don't always seek out multi-cloud environment, but then I suppose over the journey, you'd realize something is working better here, something is working better there, processes are smoother here or there, and we do end up being in this mishmash of services and function across different kind of environments. So no, that is actually very, very interesting to mention about the open standards versus the vendor lock-in, and in particularly for software-defined protection, I suppose, how, you know, what their approach should be. So that's really very interesting. I'd say to finish off, it's one of the questions we've had across is if your slides will be shared. I suppose we could share the slides if that is something you'd be okay doing.
Absolutely.
Will
Yeah,
will
that's
insist?
what they were designed for, because there's a lot in them.
No, it is indeed really, really very interesting. Thank you for that. And for the benefit of the all our listeners, any last sort of takeaways from your experience you've had so far about adopting cloud, about API gateway securing lateral traffic movement?
The biggest takeaway is really at the very, very beginning, and is identifying the traffic and the types of APIs and having the tools to do that, because you can't move to the second stage or any other stage down the line unless you've got the very beginning, the first stage right. That's the biggest issue. And you can do that either by logging or by monitoring tools or by networking tools. There's a lot of tools, but get the beginning right and everything else will follow.
Thank you, Emilio. That was
Pleasure.
brilliant. Thank you very much. Shireen, floor is yours.
Hello, Emilio. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We're going to just take a very short break, just 10, 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. And we've got Paul, who's going to be running through the board election results. So really exciting. Again, well done, Emilio. Thank you so much. It's really, really interesting.
Thank you.
So we shall see you all soon. Take care. Sorry, everyone was on mute. Good afternoon. We're back. It's midday. So just want to introduce Paul Simmons back, and he's going to run through the CSA UK chapter board elections. So yeah, exciting.
Fantastic. Thanks, Shireen. And just to tell people, I know we had a question this morning about whether the presentations were going to be available. The answer is this morning's presentations are already up on the CSA UK website. So cloudsecurityalliance.org.uk, go to events, AGM 2023, and you will find this morning's presentations already up there. This afternoon's will go up later on today. Right, I'm wearing a different hat for this presentation, so I act as the returning officer for the CSA UK chapter, and obviously we have board member elections. So I'm pleased to be able to give you the results. So posts are elected for 2 years within our constitution. So in mid-year roles at the moment, we have Dimitri, Bob Roger, Howard and Emilio. Board members expiring this year, Vlad, Lee, Jane, and all three have decided not to stand for re-election. Francesco, Shireen, myself, Sean and Critty are all standing for re-election as part of this year's elections, which means that we have 5 expiring positions and 3 open positions. So to keep it really short and sweet, I'm pleased to say that the following have been elected to the board. We have 3 new members. So the existing members, Shireen, Francesco, myself, Sean and Critty have been re-elected. But we have 3 new members, Jean Carlos, Jay and David. So really nice to have some new blood within the board of the CSA UK chapter. If you are interested in joining the CSA UK board, I'm afraid it's a totally voluntary position, but you get an awful lot out of it, I'd like to say. Please consider standing for next year's elections. We would love to have you stand and contribute to the body of work of the CSA in the UK. We are a dedicated UK chapter. Obviously, we have a parent in the States, be it the Cloud Security Alliance. So, yeah, that's it. I'm sure if we were doing this in person, and I'm sorry we're not because of the train strike, if we were doing this in person, I would now ask for a round of applause for the our 3 new members. So if I can have a virtual round of applause, that would be really great. And welcome, and we will be seeing you on a management committee very, very soon. There we are. Congratulations to the new board. Thank you very well done. There we are. So, someone behind the scenes plugging stuff in. Really nice. Right. I am going to, he says, hopefully can that and move swiftly on. He says, share my screen and add to the stream and move swiftly on to a corporate update. So again, another hat. As well as being part of the UK board, I am also a director of Cloud Security Alliance Europe, and involved with the corporate body. So this is our chance. Obviously, we are part of a wider global organization, and there is an awful lot going on. And one of the advantages of being involved with the UK chapter, you don't necessarily have to be involved with the UK chapter to do this, is you can get involved on a personal level with the wider initiatives that are going on. And there are quite a few. go to the website, cloudsecurityalliance.org. You will see them all listed there. However, I'm going to highlight a few that are going on that probably are relevant to us today, especially as what we've been talking about. So first of all, a plug. Two coming up CSA global events that are happening. So the first one is March the 28th and 29th, which is our Cloud Threats and Vulnerabilities Summit. It's going to be virtual, so there's no excuse for not attending. And to be recommended in terms of the CSA globally does an awful lot of work in talking to all its members, the many thousands of members, and going out to look across the world at actually what are the crowd threats and vulnerabilities. There's some really good documentation on this that's out on the CSA corporate website, but there is a summit alongside it to look at some of those. We often complain as a security industry that I only know about my own little area. So this is CSA corporately taking the big overview globally of what is hitting people out there, what are the threats and vulnerabilities out there, rolling them all up into a high level for you to consume and you to understand. So just as Emilio was talking about cloud lateral movement this morning, which obviously is threats and potential vulnerabilities, this is the big picture globally of what's hitting you. For those of you who are going to be in sunny San Francisco, I certainly hope San Francisco to be sunny in April. April the 24th, that's the Monday of RSA. So RSA proper starts on the Tuesday, but if you fly in on the Sunday night, you can go to the CSA summit on the Monday, and April the 24th. CSA. There is also training on the Sunday going on as well. CCSK plus training happening on the Sunday. So again, you can either fly in on the Saturday or the Sunday from Europe to be at the CSA summit at RSA on the Monday. Thoroughly recommended. Normally, I'm not sure what the plans are this year, but normally it's about 1,000 to 1,500 people attending. It's quite a large gathering of CSA people from around the world in for that. Lots of great speakers, headline names. You'll recognize them all, I'm sure. To be recommended, Monday, the Monday of RSA. Upcoming research releases that are coming out, hot off the press, if you like. The Data Loss Prevention and Data Security Survey Report released on yesterday. So literally hot off the press. Again, go get it. It is downloadable. There is no cost to this. You can download them. You can use them within your business. That's the whole aim of what we're doing as CSA. And just to sort of tell you what's coming up, State of Financial Services report. If you're in financial services, obviously a lot more financial services starting to use cloud big time. Obviously, a lot of the challenger banks are almost 100% cloud. And it varies. It depends obviously on where you are in the world and what your regulatory authority says you can do as a bank. But State of Financial Services report, game of threats, which should be good. Medical devices in a zero trust architecture. So again, the importance of, particularly in hospital. I mean, hospitals effectively are deperimeterized. They are so vast and generally not incredibly well managed in terms of hardened perimeters, just because of the amount of stuff that's coming in and out. Loads of medical devices are now connected to the internet, and a lot of medical devices are reporting over the internet. My mother-in-law has a pacemaker and has a base station, and it talks over 4G back to whoever monitors it. So really important medical devices in a zero trust architecture coming up in April. An agile data doctrine for a secure data lake. Go figure. I know nothing about that one, I'm afraid. So you'll have to read that. We'll all have to read that when it comes out. But as I said, lots of upcoming research. So CSA currently is aiming at one release a week. Gives you an idea of the amount of volunteers that are out there, all around the world, who are working on various bits and pieces for the CSA. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can and get them into your hands, so that there's something relevant coming out probably every month that you can use within your business. But I said the aim is basically one a week. Peer reviews, open peer reviews, again, because CSA is a member-driven organization, everything is open peer reviewed. So the Game of Threats is open till March the 16th. So that is today. SAS Security and Threat Survey open till the 19th. Security guidance for critical areas. So this is version 5 of what we all call guidance. That is open till March the 31st. The aim is to get version 5 out as soon as possible. And obviously that will spawn a multitude of documents coming out as a result of it. We've got CSA Code of Conduct for GDPR compliance, April the 10th. CSA Code of Conduct gap resolution on the 11th. That's for the CCPA. That's an American thing. So probably doesn't affect us too much in Europe. And then high performance computing tabletop guide, open till May the 8th. If any of those pique your interest, and it's areas that you have specialisms in or work in, please go and contribute. The more people critique and peer review what CSA is putting out, the better these documents are. So if you've got particular expertise in any of those areas, please go and review. More in terms of what's been published. Security Trust as a security philosophy, you will notice that came out of my presentation this morning, first thing in the keynote. Again, thoroughly recommend it. Yeah, go and use that within your business, aimed at your C-level. So I said, if you missed it this morning, if your C-level are coming to you and saying, what is this zero trust my mate is talking about on the golf course that they're doing within their business, go to your executives, use this with them either directly or as information for them in terms of what zero trust means for your business at a C-level. It's hopefully written with that in mind. Francesco talked about this one this morning. This is the top threats to cloud computing, originally known as the egregious 11, now known as the pandemic 11. But the principle is the same. And it's amazing if you compare the two. I sat down for another thing I was doing and compared the previous report, which is generally there every 18 months, and compared the egregious 11 with the pandemic 11 18 months on. And it's amazing how much changes within the 18 months in terms of what the top threats are. And a lot of that is down to the fact that the cloud service providers are actually taking notice of these and getting their act together and fixing those top threats within the service offerings they offer you. So stuff that was on 2 years ago now, because this is probably 6 months old, is not in the top 10 or top 11 that was in the pandemic 11 that was released 6 months ago. We have done one of the other things we do, obviously, at being an international organization, is we do various translations, usually done by the local chapters. Obviously, CSA publishes in English, so the UK chapter doesn't get involved in translations, but the Spanish chapter are particularly involved in getting things into Spanish. The Italian chapter are really good at getting things into Italian. Obviously, the Japanese branch of CSA have done a Japanese translation. So if you've got a part of your business is Japanese, it's now available in Japanese. Cloud Controls Matrix. Obviously, if you are not familiar with the Cloud Controls Matrix, it is all the nasty questions you should be asking your cloud security vendor. And the nice thing is that all the major security vendors use the cloud controls matrix and can provide you a mapping against them of how they've answered the questions. So it really, really eliminates the amount of work you have to do with your cloud vendor, because you just say to them, give me the results against CSA's cloud controls matrix, currently in version 4. And as you can see, we've just done a mapping against and an addendum to it for Spain's national security framework. So if you're operating in Spain, whether you're based in Spain or just operating in Spain, and they go, okay, does your cloud environment comply with Spain's national security framework? You can go, oh, there's an addendum. Yes, let's talk to my people, and we can look at the mapping and speak to my cloud control, my cloud security vendor, or my cloud vendor, and it makes your life an awful lot easier. And I am continually amazed by the amount of people who do not either know of CCM's existence or use it. So again, I love free work. It makes my life a lot easier. Please go and use it. Upcoming releases. We are currently working corporately on version 4 and ISO 27001-2022 mapping, which the aim is to have that out by the end of the year. So again, how do we map it against all the various relevant standards? And there's a whole bunch of work going on out there. There are a lot of working groups within CSA looking at various things. There are a couple of big ones I'm going to talk to you about to highlight. The first one is the Zero Trust Working Group. Obviously, as we talked earlier in the keynote, there is a huge overlap between Zero Trust and cloud. They are effectively two sides of the same coin in terms of how you approach the model, because it's all about how you provide trust and assurance in environments you do not necessarily control. So Zero Trust Working Group, really important within CSA. It is a very big push at the moment. There are a lot of people working on it. And basically it has been split. You know, it's the old joke of how do you eat an elephant? Well, the answer is 1 bite at a time. In this case, it's 9 bites at a time. Because there are 9 work streams within the Zero Trust Advancement Center. And obviously there's the philosophy and guiding principles, which we talked about earlier, organizational strategy. There's an identity pillar, which I'm personally involved in. Some really good discussions going on within that. There's a network pillar, there's an application and workload pillar, a data pillar. Obviously, data is really important. And then there's the whole automation, orchestration, visibility, and analytics, because it's how you get all that other contextual information within your environment to make those risk-based decisions. Again, we talked about that in the keynote earlier. So all that extra stuff, all that context is really, really important, handled by Pillar 8. And then finally, architecture, implementation, and a maturity model. The maturity model is a lot of it's being done by NIST out of the States. It's actually really good work. But again, Zero Trust architecture is really, really important, because this, as we said earlier, this isn't something you just go out and say, I want some Zero Trust, please, to my vendor. You actually have to do architectural design against your business model and your business futures. So really important. Well, all the pillars are really important. Thoroughly recommend it if you're working in Zero Trust or any of those work streams resonate. Get involved. We could do with some more Europeans in there as well, by the way. Would be rather nice. Cloud controls matrix. I said earlier that various things have been aligned and released. Alignment with other standards. Again, there are working groups. So if you have experience with the NIST CSF, the PCI DSS, which probably a lot of us will do if we're taking credit cards within our businesses, NIST 800, 171, an American standard, obviously, the ISF, SOGAF, SOGP. Don't know how you say that. So the ISF framework and also the ENISA framework. So the aim is to get the cloud controls matrix aligned with as many other standards as possible. So we take a unified approach across the industry, and our cloud vendors get one source of truth, if you like, effectively one audit to do properly with all the nasty questions that you could possibly ask them in one place that are relevant to cloud. Certainly, I talk to a lot of cloud security vendors, cloud service providers out there and cloud security vendors, and they will tell you horror stories about companies who basically just take their internal security assessment document and just say, fill this in. And they look at it and say, yeah, half of this isn't relevant to a cloud. So as I said, CSA have done all the hard work for you. Please go use it. It's there. It's free for you to use. They already know about it. And almost finally, we have a CXO Trust working group. So this is aimed at C-levels within your organization. So research consisting best practice metrics, surveys, C-level presentations, and other tools in support of the overall initiative mission. The problem with our C-levels is most of them you say cloud and they say what, and most of them you say zero trust and they say never heard of it. So how do we get that message across in a form that they can digest? And this is what the CXO Trust Working Group is aiming to do, is to actually get this stuff in a digestible format. So it's very much when you talk to the board understands the what's in it for me. Why should we take this stuff seriously, whether it's cloud or zero trust or anything else, or just plain security for that matter? But it's how we get it digestible so that when it's presented to them, they go, okay, I understand why we need to take this seriously, why we need to fund this, why we need to get behind this. So again, if you are working with the C-level or you are C-level, then please, please, please get involved with the CXO Trust Working Group. Finally, training, really important, because none of this stuff is any good unless we have people out there who are properly trained and actually start to understand this stuff. So introduction to, particularly in this case, zero trust, we're rolling out a whole bunch of zero trust training that's going on out there. We're going to be talking a lot more about that at the RSA conference. Yeah. The idea is to get them into bite-sized chunks and also provide some degree of certification ongoing. So actually, it not only benefits you taking them, but it benefits your business taking them, but it benefits you taking them, because it's more stuff that will become industry recognized in terms of training and certification. And with that, I'm pleased to say that is your, he says, we go cancel this. Can I do this? Don't save. There we go. With that, how are we doing? 25 minutes part. I'm going to give you 5 minutes back on your lunch break. Don't forget, we will be back here at 1:30 with a couple of things on careers in cloud. So we got Oswante from Bestman Solutions, who is a recruiter, but he's a friend to the board. He did serve a term on the CSA UK board, so he's a friend of the board. So this isn't an out-and-out sales pitch. This is more about how you actually get your career trajectory in cloud security moving. Really nice guy. Thoroughly recommend it. And then following that, something I'm really looking forward to, which is the a graduate and new entrants panel. So, those of us who are long in the tooth, doing security, cloud, zero trust, deperimeterization, you name it, are probably long removed from the days that we started in this business. And so I think really nice. We're going to get some opinions out there from some new starters in the industry of how they perceive to get started in the industry, and also what they're seeing in terms of how the industry is treating them. So I think that is going to be absolutely fascinating, and looking forward to it. Anything else, ladies, before we let these people go for lunch?
No, but thank you so much, Paul, for those updates. And there's so many interesting things happening going ahead. And I'm going to sign up to some of those working groups that you mentioned. So really excited. And yeah, just a shout out, we've put a few things in YouTube as well, just to highlight the links to some of the Zero Trust working group, and obviously the CXO, because that's one of the biggest challenges, explaining our sector to C-level executive board is the biggest challenge. So yeah, really exciting opportunities. Please get involved, follow those links, and obviously you'll see everything on our website as well after our talks. So okay, so well, thanks very much, Paul, for that, and Kriti as well. Thank you for all your questions before. We'll just we'll go ahead, take a break for lunch, and see everyone back at 1:30.
See you all.
Enjoy your lunch.
Bye.
Bon appetit.
Hello, we're back. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch. So we've got a fantastic afternoon plan for you, careers related in cyber. And to kick that off, we've got Owenate.
Hello.
Who's joining us again. It's so lovely to see you again.
It's good to be here. Thank you for the invite. I'm with good company. So hopefully I'll try and perform to the caliber of the previous speakers. I'll try my best.
You always do. You always do. So yeah, looking forward to your talk. So we'll leave you to go ahead, Owenate, or bring your presentation to the forefront.
Okay.
There we go.
Brilliant.
And,
Thank
see you soon.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my screen. Thanks for having me. I'm Owenate Bestman. I'm the founder of Bestman Solutions. So it's a recruitment firm dedicated specifically to hiring within cybersecurity across all industry sectors. So from my perspective, I've got the best job in the world. I speak to some of the brightest minds in security to understand what makes them tick. I also support them in their next career move. I tend to work in the mid to senior end of the market, both strategic and technical. And I operate primarily in the UK and also the US. So I've been hiring in security now for over 10 years. Back in the days when it wasn't even called cyber, it was called information security. So I've been unfortunate enough to get in the game relatively early. So the reason for this talk and the reason why I decided on this subject is because everyone's concerned about the career trajectory. Everyone's concerned about what you need to do to make sure that you stay ahead of the curve. So this talk is targeted at technical professionals, who you all are, who wish to make the move to CISO at some point. So I decided to focus more on technical professionals who are thinking about making the move to CISO either now, the near, or the far future. So I'm going to go over the actions you can apply that are more likely to land you in a CISO position. Secondly, the common bad habits that I've seen that have stifled some of the progression towards CISO. And number three, how the hiring managers that I deal with and the board perceive you. And by you, I'm referring to individuals with a technical background looking to make the move to CISO. And I'm going to address some of the myths and assumptions that I've helped them overcome whilst I've been recruiting for them. So, okay. So at some point during my work, I'm asked the questions, one of two questions from my network. How do I get to CISO? And how do I make sure my next role takes me onto the path of CISO if they feel that they're not ready for it yet? And this is where I come in. I think we've all seen countless articles about CISO stress and talks of CISOs leaving the profession in droves. I've heard of CISO stress since I started recruiting in security, but recently there's been increased amount of frustration from CISOs, and it's been widely reported in articles and coverage, and I've been involved in some of those articles myself. But to be frank, I haven't seen the reported mass exodus of people leaving the CISO profession in droves. There's still an appetite for the CISO role. And this is one of the reasons that I'm doing this talk. So I've asked this question for many years now. And I think a couple of years into recruitment security, I started moving into the higher levels. And I've always been curious as to the answer of this question is, does a CISO need to be technical? And I pose that question typically to experienced CISOs who are in the position. And the answers change year on year. But one trend I've seen in the last 3 years is that typically, more often than not, the answer to this question tends to be yes. And this is primarily in the last 3 years. more and more people are saying yes to this question when prompted. And I really put this down to the appetite for digital transformations, especially after COVID. I feel that it led to a new appreciation of not only the technical CISO, but a new appreciation of the technical security profession as a whole. Now, with that in mind, there is more than one path to becoming CISO. So I'm going to go over the typical backgrounds that I've seen. Some of them you'd be familiar with, and some of them maybe not. So we have the good old-fashioned, what I call traditional risk, GRC, and controls background. Now, from a hiring manager's perspective, and when I say hiring manager, I'm still referring to the board as well. Anyone who's mandated me to begin a search for a CISO. So I'm going to use the term hiring manager interchangeably. So from the hiring manager's perspective, there's a perception that those that come from leaders that come from a risk GRC background, they're perceived to be less technical, but they're also perceived to be more strategic. I'm not saying that's the case at all. I'm not arguing for that. It's also an assumption that they are more experienced in executive stakeholder management, one of the staples of becoming a CISO. It's pretty fair to say that many of them are regulatory focused and regulatory driven. And that suits some industries and it suits some hiring managers as well, depending on what they're looking for. This is where the technical side, this is where the majority of the listeners will come into play. And what I find is that these are individuals that come more from a architectural and engineering and technical background. They come from a software development life cycle, especially secure software development life cycles in a senior capacity. Not so much on the traditional SOC side of things, like head of security operations. And by security operations, I'm referring to SOC. I do know of CISOs that did start off leading a SOC, but the majority of the technical ones tend to come from architectural or engineering, some sort of software development capacity. Now, the most interesting career path is what I describe as the rogue career path, and it can easily be called the anomalies as well. Avenues to CISO that are perhaps less traditional than what we may be used to. One aspect are project management, senior leaders, and they come into play in environments where there's a very heavy emphasis on digital transformations, ongoing digital transformations, because in a nutshell, this is what they're used to. And often what spurs that movement to the CISO position is taking control of a massive cybersecurity transformation program for a number of years. Now, they are also appreciated in federated organizations. And what I mean by that is organizations made up of many subsidiaries and many parts, and also organizations and companies where the strategy is growth via mergers and acquisitions, because they're just used to dealing with change. And this is industry agnostic. The second rogue area, it may surprise a lot of people, but I have spoken to more and more CISOs that come from a marketing background. I will repeat that, marketing background. And this is to effectively combat the need for strong communication skills and to really win the hearts and minds of the customers and user base. It's also tied in with brand awareness as well. And in these kind of leadership positions, there's a focus on security awareness, so much so that I've seen roles spin off the CISO title, such as Chief Trust Officer, which is an amalgamation of different seniorities within security and risk. And the whole aim of the Chief Trust Officer, for example, is just to promote trust for customers, users, and the organization. Finally, the last part of the rogue pathway is physical and corporate security. Now, these professionals may actually be Chief Security Officer in title, CSO, and in many situations, they actually have a CISO report upwards to them. And it can be industry specific, particularly in critical national infrastructure, airlines, construction, industries where there's a traditional emphasis on physical security. But also, as well as these physical security industries, there's also private equity and wealth management firms that have taken on CISOs that have come from a physical security and corporate security background. The reason for that is because often a lot of these firms are created, led, and grown by one or two wealthy, high net worth individuals who value physical security. So they've either had bodyguards from a young age, or they've had that since they amassed a certain amount of wealth and became high network. So the focus on this role, the focus of this talk is within the technical realm, focusing on the technical route to CISO. So what industries are more likely to seek a technical CISO? Well, some industries are more appreciative of a technical background than others. Some actively look for technical CISOs. They approach me specifically with a brief, and it's pretty clear that they're looking for someone with a technical background and a technical focus. And the industries that appreciate these are tech-focused firms. Firms where technology is the lifeblood of the business, not organizations where technology is a differentiator or can earn them more value necessarily or earn them more revenue. It's a case of without technology, the business doesn't exist. And these tend to be fintech firms, trading firms, gambling firms as well. And I'll, trading firms and gambling firms are very interchangeable as well. Media organizations, and some MSSPs as well, software firms, also critical and national infrastructure are becoming more reliant on technical CISOs. Now, the reason behind this is because there's a heavy reliance on IoT, OT, SCADA, and a technical understanding of this is imperative, especially as so many of them are engaged in digital transformation, such as moving their SCADA and OT to the cloud. It's important to have a good grasp of that technically. So now we know where to look for organizations that appreciate the technical CISO or soon to be CISO. Now we know where to apply our focus. How do we position ourselves in the best possible light? How do we get our foot in the door? Now, quite simply, it's your CV, it's your resume, and it's also your online presence. Now, this isn't going to be a CV building talk. We could be here all day, but I think it would be promotional malpractice if I didn't cover some elements of what the ideal CV should look like for a technical profession looking to make the move to either CISO or a high profile leadership position. Now, I mentioned LinkedIn profile because the LinkedIn, when I say social media, I'm not referring to Twitter, I'm referring to LinkedIn. LinkedIn and your CV are interchangeable. Now, I would not advise anyone to put as much detail in their LinkedIn profile as they do in their CV, but the LinkedIn profile must breathe and feel leadership, and I'll go into that in more detail. I've been briefing hiring managers on my short list of potential CISOs, and I've had them share the screen and go straight onto LinkedIn and have a look at their profile. So your LinkedIn presence, it shouldn't be underestimated. And I'm not referring to posting or anything like that. You don't even need to post. That's not necessary. Leave that for the salespeople like me, if you're not comfortable with that. So what should your CV look like? Although it's not a CV building talk, one takeaway one aspect I'd like to take away is it's all about the mindset in regards to how you position yourself. your resume is a sales pitch, and the majority of my network, the majority of the candidates I speak to aren't comfortable in selling themselves. The good news is you don't need to overtly sell yourselves. And broadly speaking, between my technical network and my non-technical GRC network, I tend to find that the technical professionals sell themselves less, or are less comfortable in selling themselves in the profile. But the good thing is, all you need to do is tailor your language. It's not even about what you've done, but it's about what you've accomplished for the business, not what you've accomplished for IT, not what you've accomplished for security. And the reason we're focusing on the business side of it is that, number one, we're breaking stereotypes. There are stereotypes out there that still prevail, that technical person is mainly technical and that they may lack the business orientated skills, because let's not forget, a CISO is a business role first and it's technical second. So we need to ensure that your resume breathes business related aspects. This is a live example quite recently, where I was helping a senior architect on his resume. And the first line, you can read the first line. I helped him rewrite that. Look at the second section. It's far more business orientated. It refers to it refers to the fact that by implementing Azure Sentinel is actually a CIO-sponsored global transformation. Immediately, you're showing interaction between yourself and someone and a C-suite executive. And it also breaks down what advantages it had to the business. Okay, it allowed them to gain a competitive advantage by reducing downtime. Okay. And we quantify that with also the revenue saved over an 18-month period. All of a sudden, you stand yourself in a far better light, where anyone can pick up your resume. They don't need to be technical. They can be more business, and they can understand exactly what you've done and what you've accomplished, because there's a certain perception that whoever picks up your CV first, whoever reviews your CV first, is technical. There's a certain perception that whoever reviews your CV understands security. Whoever reviews your CV first, that's not the case. Sometimes it's HR, and with the greatest of respect, it's not all HR people that can look at a good security resume and say, you know what, this person fits the bill. So we need to spoon feed them as much as possible. How else can we position ourselves via our CV? Well, quite simply, avoiding a few common bad habits. Please stay away from creating your CV if it's got a lot of technical jargon within it. Now, if anyone's a hiring manager here and they might have been trying to hire an engineer or an architect, one frustrating thing is when it's pages and pages and pages long. Imagine in a leadership role, that is further accentuated. So we need to be concise. It doesn't need to be a 2-page long CV. Going back to the jargon, it's really important to remove irrelevant certifications. There could be certifications you've done 10 years ago. There could be network security certifications that could be CCNAs that are just not relevant to the position you are applying for. Cloud certifications, different story. Recent certifications, leadership certifications, then that's fine. Throw that in. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to bring down your resume back to a technical position. Also, let's not forget an executive summary at the start. It gives a very good overview of you, and it allows you to speak in a business capacity as well. Do not underestimate extracurricular activities in your resume. The reason being is, unfortunately, we are still trying to debunk myths. Debunk myths such as, that you just sit behind a PC all day. You want to show yourself as outgoing if you are outgoing. Don't hide anything. Also, public speaking and industry affiliations. By all means, promote this. one of the key questions I ask when I'm taking on a brief is, what support are you going to provide this CISO, especially when it's a new role? You'd be surprised in that a lot of the answers I get actually pushes back to the CISO to say, hey, what support is this person going to bring us? We're the ones looking for the CISO. And the best way you can demonstrate this, to be frank, is to show that you have some sort of network. That is not just you. It's a case of you can turn to affiliations, you can turn to groups such as the CSA, and you have a good network behind you. That's really important. So I mentioned about the support side of things. That's really crucial. And I think it's important to know what support you are going to be provided if you are stepping into the CISO role for the first time, especially from a technical background. In a nutshell, your recruiter should tell you, but the reality is not everyone finds a position through a recruiter. Not all recruiters specialize within security, and not all recruiters are equal. Even a blind nut finds a squirrel now and again. So let's just assume that you don't have that information. So I'm going to present to you with things you want to go over during, ideally before, but also during the interview stage, okay? Do they really want a CISO, or are they just looking for a technical head off? There are a few dead giveaways in this. One of it, quite obviously, is the salary and the package they're offering. Are they looking for the world and they can only afford Croydon? You know, what is actually the title of the position? If it's a CISO, but the reporting lines just are not right, then is it truly a CISO position? On the flip side as well, it could be a head of position that truly is a CISO role, but you just don't have the CISO in title. Now, how important this is dependent on you. But speaking as a recruiter, what's more important are the responsibilities, your remit, your budget, reporting lines. That's more important than title. So you really want to uncover as much as possible, okay? Also, what does your team look like? Or is it a case that actually you don't have a team initially? Well, if you don't have a team initially, is it a CISO position? If you don't have a team initially and they've got budget for you to grow a team, they want you to bring on some of the people you already know, then that's a different story. What are the titles that are reporting to you? Is it third line, network support that's reporting to you? Is it just network security? Where does GRC fit as well? Will you have any GRC professionals reporting to you? If you're likely to have GRC as well as technical professions, you're more likely to have a well-rounded team, and that puts you in better stead. Sometimes the GRC team will report to risk. Well, where do you sit in line with the risk leader? If it's chief risk officer, what's the hierarchy? Are they going to be your peer or are they going to be your superior? Is it the first time they're advertising for this position? More importantly, is it the first time that they're looking for a CISO? Well, if not, what happened to the last CISO? If it's the first time, why is the position available? And what are the motivations behind looking for a CISO? Is it off the back of a bad audit? Well, beware of that. Are they looking for a plaster to deal with the amputee wound? Is it just to satisfy the customer base, just to show off that, you know what, we've got a CISO, we're taking security seriously, check out this person's title, it's CISO. Or have they suffered a breach recently? And if they've suffered a breach recently, some of the best positions I've placed actually, and the most satisfied clients I've had, most satisfied CISO, I've placed them off the back of a breach, because there's real appetite there to do the right thing and to ensure it doesn't happen again. We touched upon reporting lines. I think, you should be able to get access to the board if it's a true CISO position. So beware of reporting to the head of IT with the greatest of respect. You don't want to be lumped in with IT. And also, what support are you going to be given from day one? I want to touch on the last part because this is really important in terms of, I would quiz, what are the expectations from me in the first 3 months? And I'll repeat that question for the first 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months, because I think the worst thing that can happen is that you are asked to create something ridiculous, like a 5-year roadmap within the first 4 weeks of you being there. How do you know the culture of the organization? You know, those are unrealistic expectations. And if you're putting your CISO stamp on an organization, you want to make sure it's the right organization. And by asking these questions, we're able to ascertain whether they've thought this out. You know, just it really does. It surprises me, you know, just because someone is an executive board member, you assume that they've thought where this person should sit, and you know, whether, you know, the CISO, in terms of the hierarchy of the CISO and their positioning of the CISO and what they expect from the CISO. But in many situations, the expectations can be quite unrealistic. So we want to address that pretty much straight away. Okay. Now, this next section is primarily for non-technical organizations that may not understand what you bring to the table, but at the same time, they're looking for a technical CISO, but they're not within the technical industry themselves. Beware of being lumped in with IT, and I discussed this previously, and the reporting line will also give an indication of this as well, and who are your peers within the organization. Being lumped in with IT is very prone for technical CISOs, and I'm referring to people that were technical before and they're looking for the CISO position. You know, you don't want to be used as a strong term, but you don't want to be undervalued like that. And there is a, you know, greater chance of being lumped in with IT. Beware of the perception that you are techie only, or you have board interaction. And if you haven't had board interaction before, what support are they going to provide for you to allow you to position yourself in the best possible light in front of the board? There's often an assumption that you might lack credible high-level stakeholder management experience. Push back on that if that's the case, but look out for that, and you'll be able to ascertain whether that's a skill that's required from the position, from the day-to-day responsibilities. Now, the last point might throw you. I'm not telling you to be cautious of bad job descriptions. I'm telling you quite the opposite. I've dealt with a lot of exciting positions, and when I've looked at the job spec, it's just wallpaper. It's bland. It's not attractive. It's only when speaking to the hiring manager, I've got an idea of the programs they have in place, the initiatives, who the CISO will be liaising with, you know, what they'll be doing on a day-to-day capacity, what budget they have to grow their team. And I've looked at the job spec, and I've got none of this is in the job spec. You know, you've given me a vanilla piece of paper, a static piece of paper. So bear in mind that job descriptions are stagnant, but the position can actually be vibrant. And to be completely frank, I rarely send a job description as it is. If I'm given a job description, the first thing I ask for is a brief with the hiring manager or the team so that I can create my own, because 9 out of 10 times they're just not worth the paper they are written on. So don't turn down a position just because the job spec isn't quite right. If the job spec isn't right and the money isn't right, then that's a different story. As well as I've gone over some of the negative perceptions and assumptions that people and hiring managers may have with for technical CISOs, but there are some sweeping positive assumptions here, and this is where what you bring to the table, and it's important to remember this because, you know, I advise people to use this in interview as well. The technical team, you know, they're not going to bluff you. They're not going to tell you. They're not going to pull the wool over your eyes. In a nutshell, you may not be configuring seeing tools yourself, but you'll know how long it takes, you know. And I know they say that I don't need to be technical because I've got someone under me that's technical. Yes, but one of the key strengths is that no one's going to bluff you. You've got key strengths in ongoing technical digital transformation. The only constant is change. And if you're more technical on the front line, then you've seen that change, you can influence that change, and you can keep up with that change. You also typically have really good relationships with MSSPs and vendors. You can save organizations a lot of money and a lot of headache and a lot of time by steering them in the right direction. Now, more often than not, more and more, the requirements that I'm mandated to work call for more technical skills, and I see it more often than, you know, a few years ago. It's growing, and it is certainly a growing need, and I feel that you're perfectly positioned with the right internal and external support to make the move to CISO or whatever leadership role that you desire. So hopefully that talk, hopefully you were able to decipher something from it. I can stop sharing. Any questions?
Oh, Natalie, thank you so much. Oh, Natalie, we're out of time, I'm afraid.
Okay,
thank you.
cool.
Can you share details of where you, how people can contact you?
Of course. The first thing I'd say is LinkedIn. I've been harking on about LinkedIn, and I'm on LinkedIn all the time. Company's Best Man Solutions. Quite simply, email address is ob@bestmansolutions.com. If you've got any questions, give me a shout. That's what I'm here for.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much for your time, Owenati. It's so good to see you back again, and hopefully see you next year as well.
Yeah, look forward to it. Sorry I went over. I'll pace myself better next time.
No worries at all. So exciting time. So we have next for you, the one I'm personally very excited for is the CSA UK AGM panel for 2023. So if you don't know me, my name's Shireen Pirufini. I volunteer on the board of the CSA UK chapter, and I also work for Nomura International PLC, and I work in the cyber architecture team, or security architecture team. In previous years on the AGM, we've run a Women in Cyber panel, and we've also run a diversity in cyber panel. But the theme of this year's panel is starting your career in cyber. Why, you might ask? Well, it's still a very pertinent question around the shortage of cyber professionals globally and in the UK. So according to ISC Squared in their 2022 cybersecurity workforce study, they assessed that there is a worldwide gap of 3.4 million cybersecurity professionals. And there are about 339,000 cyber professionals in the UK. So that was up 13% year on year, but there's still a shortage of 56,811 workers. So that's still up over 70% year on year. So what improvements can we make? How can we attract more people to the cybersecurity profession? So let's hear more from those who recently started their careers in cybersecurity, to hear their experiences and hopefully inspire somebody listening or someone who knows somebody to start a career in cybersecurity. And we have a wide range of experiences today. Career changes, so that's a market that's very interesting. Career returners. I myself is a career returner. We have new graduate early career representing, we have an intern, and we also have a cyber professional and hiring manager as well. So without further ado, let's meet the panel. So I'm going to bring them on one at a time. Let's see. So Charuduth. Hello. And then we have Bola.
Hey, everyone.
Sutashini.
Hey guys.
We have Maria. Fantastic. So let me just do this. So hi everyone, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having us.
You all well? You all unmuted?
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay, we're all here, and we've got Kriti as well. Kriti, who will join us at the start, and then she'll drop off and join us as well. So let's get started. So can everyone, I'm just going to go around, and if you can just do a quick little introduction, tell us about yourself, and if you want, share something exciting that you've done or something exciting about cybersecurity. So what I'll do is I'll go around and I'll call your name if you don't mind, and then if you can do that. So if we go to Charadith first, so as our intern, so tell us about yourself.
Hey everyone. Thanks for having me again, Shireen. Pleasure to be here. I'm Charudat Baga. Charu, Baga, Charudat, whichever works with me. I'm Mauritian. I'm come from Mauritius, which is a little island off the coast of Africa. Love it. And I'm here studying in the University of Sheffield. Currently my third year, doing my year in industry here, in Nomura International PLC as a cybersecurity intern under Sitashini Karthik, who is here as well. I love the team, love the company, and love the role as well. Love the function, love the cybersecurity field, and yeah, pleasure to be here. Something interesting that I've achieved so far recently, I'd say, is I was a helper, a mentor, I'd say, in a recent hackathon, which was held for children who are from underrepresented backgrounds, and it was a lovely time talking to them, teaching them about ESG, cybersecurity, presentation, networking, and everything that I could impart on them. And that was something that I really liked, because helping people who are starting off their career just like me is something that I really like. So yeah, thanks a lot again.
Fantastic. Thank you, Charadith. So on to Bola. Hi, Bola. So you're our career returner. Oh, not career changer, I should say. Career changer. Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. I was brought up to believe that I can achieve anything I set my heart to attain. Hello, everyone. My name is Bola. I started my career in the 90s as an accountant. After 20 years, I returned to uni to study cybersecurity and management. I'm privileged to be one of the security consultants speaking to you today. I'm thankful. I'm very happy to be one of your panelists. Good to meet you all. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Bola. Thank you so much. And then on to Maria. Maria is our early careers sort of graduate. This is like your second job. You joined Maria recently. So hi, Maria.
Hi, Shireen. Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Miria, and I'm based in London. I recently graduated with a degree in cybersecurity and computer forensics. And to be honest, if that's definitely one of the biggest achievements that I would say I have done. In fact, it's one of the things that I thought I wouldn't be able to really push through. So I'm very glad that I have finally graduated, and I'm very lucky to be working within financial services, as well as a cyber analyst. So happy to be here with you all as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Maria. And then on to Suthashini Karthik. So Sutha, please can you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, so thank you for having me. So my name is Suthashini Karthik. I work as the Global Head of Governance and Risk at the cyber team at Nomura. So the exciting thing that I've done as part of my life is I've conducted a project with a charity to build an IT school in Sri Lanka through a charity, which is very close to my heart. So I definitely think that's one of my greatest achievements by far. Thank you for having me.
You're all very welcome. Thank you so much, Sutha. So we've done some quick introductions. So I'm just going to go on to the next question. So it's really the starting point, the idea. So what initially piqued your interest in cybersecurity or IT security, information security? What piqued your interest in this field? What was it that made you think, I actually want to work in this sector? So what we'll do is we go to Charadith first on that.
Thanks a lot again. Being someone who always loved technology field, whether it is networking, whether it is building, repairing, whether it is graphic designing, coding, I always loved the field, anything that came out of it ever since I was small, primary school, even before that, high school, college, throughout university as well, even now. But specifically cybersecurity, I think it started way earlier back. I think when I was very small, I was really easily influenced by the movies, the cartoons that I watched. And one of the things that really, that I liked was the scenes that main characters or antagonists went and had like black screens and white characters and green characters, actually, sorry, when they were going around hacking computers, hacking into systems, etc., etc. That was something that actually really, that I thought was really cool, awesome. And I thought, what if I take this as a career choice? And I started, obviously not as early, but further down the line, I started looking into what were the possibilities and what I should be doing to get into this kind of field. And it just seemed like a world of fun, a world that I could be enjoying as a career. And as I kept on going, as I kept on learning, as I kept on getting experience in it, I felt like this was the way for me to go. And yeah, here I am in the cybersecurity field, trying to learn as much as I can and making a difference as where I can. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'd be interested. We'll have a chat later what cartoons and films that influenced you there. So that'd be interesting to hear. And then if we go on to Maria. So Maria, would you be able to answer the same question? So what initially piqued your interest in cybersecurity? What was it? Was there something that made you think, I really want to work in this field? Was it something like Charaduth? Was it something you'd see maybe in media, or is it the profession? Is it something about the profession itself? So I'll let you answer.
Yeah. I mean, it's two things for me. One is being able to help people. So being that kind of person with the character of wanting to support people, but more behind the scenes is. So before choosing my degree, I was looking into what thing can I do in the long run that will allow me to help others, but also do it behind the scenes. And cyber that just kind of ticked that box for me. It's like you're like an anonymous hero. You're protecting people, you're protecting data, you're protecting companies, and essentially you're protecting the economy, which also plays a role in protecting the country, which is really, really, really great. And the second aspect of that is the flexibility that I found available in cyber, which I hadn't found in other jobs, to be honest. Um, you know, anyone can pretty much find anything that would suit them within the cyber realm. There's room to grow, there's always something new to learn. And I love the fact that if you have, let's say, a cyber background or you want to work within the cyber field, you can pretty much work in any sector, whether that's education, finance, to commercial or health services. So I think these two aspects are the key points to why I wanted to pursue a career in cyber.
Fantastic. That's an excellent answer, Maria. Thank you so much. So if we go on to Bola. So Bola, what initially piqued your interest in cybersecurity, and what made you want to change careers? And you spent 20 years as an accountant, and then you made a huge effort to go back to university and to learn it. So what was it? What was it about this field?
I set out to join Toastmasters because I was trying to improve my public speaking in 2017. And around 2018, I listened to someone give an icebreaker in Toastmasters. And he was talking about how he finished working as a policeman, retired, and started his career within cyber. After his icebreaker, I found it very interesting, and I was like, oh, he's really enjoying himself. Everything he said sounded really cool. And then I got home, I was thinking, I've been trying to move away from fund accounting, been an accountant for so many years. I want to learn to present the data. That's why I went there. But I could find a niche for myself and find a way to help people secure the data I've been joining to create. So I set out to find out about cyber. And a friend of mine whose senior sister had just had a career change said to me, oh, my sister studies cybersecurity and management. I said, oh, really? And then that was the beginning of my journey. Thank you.
Fantastic. So that's the thing. It's sometimes you don't know if you can go into a field sometimes unless you actually meet someone who's doing it. So that's quite interesting. And I never thought I'd be working with an investment bank. So I didn't know anyone growing up in my family or in my network who was doing that. So that's why it's really important in cyber to really reach out to as many people as possible who wouldn't ordinarily know about the career. So thank you so much, Paula. So if we go on to Sutha, so Suthashini, so can you tell us what interests you about cybersecurity? What made you want to move into this field? In Nomura, you're in previous roles in technology. So what made you want to move into this field, and what is it about this field that's interesting to you?
So I'm going to be honest here. So I was a geek back in high school, right? So the only girl that ever wanted to be in IT, it seems, right? So more and more that interest basically grew as I went through university, and I decided it was for me. So I did computer science at King's College London, and it was exciting and it was always changing. And now when I look back, obviously me being in technology and then moving into cyber, like not one day is the same. And to touch on Maria's point, right, we're helping people. There's always problems to be solved, and I love that about this sector. So it keeps me going. I really enjoy that part of it.
Great, thank you so much, Sutha. Fantastic. So if we go on to our next question, so we know now what initiated the interest in cybersecurity, but what would be, I think, very interesting for a lot of people is, how do I even get into this field? So how did you initiate the journey into cyber? So you've decided you like it, but what steps do you take? Because there's so many different routes available now. So what I'll do is I'll just go to each of you and just ask you, how did you initiate your journey? What steps did you take to turn that idea, that desire, into a reality? So we'll go to Charadith first.
So for me, it was, as I said, from back early then, it was all about high school. It was experiencing new stuff, right? Because this was the craze back then in my school, back in my country. We were not like a very developed country or very developed school back then. So we had like a few computers where everybody had like tries to a few periods of time to go and experience like Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Paint, Word, and stuff like that, like basic stuff that we can go and learn that would be useful for us for ourselves. And I think it was over there that I started to learn about what we could be doing with a computer that is better than just just on a pen and paper, right? This was the start of it all, and then following through college, through primary school, secondary school, university, I kept on trying new stuff. I kept on agreeing to every kind of opportunity that I got about anything technical, whether it is hackathons, whether it is coding, learning a new language, etc., etc. I joined like a hacking group, etc. This was all about trying to take up new experiences, trying to see if, yes, obviously, I liked it as a kid. This was the ideal situation that I was wanting to be in the future, right? But I didn't know whether or not this would be as I thought it would be, as good as it would be. So trying it out was one of the first steps that I had to do. And I think due to the opportunities that I got and that I said yes to, I think this is what pushed me. This is what helped me throughout this journey through IT, through technology, through cyber. And yeah, and I keep on going like this. I'm keeping on trying new stuff, whether it is in investment banks, whether it is like in finance, whether it is IT, cybersecurity related to other stuff. It's all about trying and finding out where I fit best. So I think this is what has been pushing me to for this field. So yeah.
Fantastic. And you started applying to different internships, and obviously you arrived at Nomura International PLC. So we're delighted to have you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So Bola, yeah, if we could go to you. So how did you initiate that journey into cyber? So from an accountant to where you are right now, how did you initiate that?
Thanks. My first step was to have a chat with my friend's sister, like I mentioned. And then she said to me, if you look into ISACA cybersecurity fundamentals and see that course, you can invest a little bit of money to find out if it's something you would love to do. And she mentioned a few universities that was that where I could go for my master's. So I set out to look at that course and the 6 topics within that course. After going through them, I decided that this will be a very good area for me to invest my time and, if possible, make a decision. My daughter was one of the people that ended up supporting me when I was about to give up, because I got another chance to go and work somewhere else while planning that journey. But she said to me, "Mom, this is what you've always wanted to do. You wanted to have your master's abroad, and you've come to UK, and I think you should just give it time." So I said, "Oh, how will I go out of work for 1 year?" But because my husband and my children supported me, and I wanted to prove to them that you can achieve anything you set your heart to, which my father had always told me, I set out to write my personal statement. And after I wrote it and my daughter read it, she said, "Mom, it's time to go." I started by sending it to a few universities, and when Warwick received it, they called me for an interview. They gave me the opportunity, and I joined the race for 12 months. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's really inspiring. So Maria, can you tell us, how did you initiate your journey to cyber? You mentioned that you finished a degree. So yeah, how did you initiate that journey into cyber?
Yeah, so I typically took the route of going to university to learn more about what is cybersecurity, what does it entail, and I think that was the best choice I've done. However, what's best for me might not be best for others, so definitely something to keep in mind. And the reason why it was good for me is because I didn't necessarily have any kind of connections or people I knew who did work in cybersecurity. I technically started from scratch. So no one from my, let's say, community, family, or those I knew did a degree or was working in the cybersecurity field. So going to university was a good choice because it allowed me to meet my lecturers, who were able to guide me throughout my degree and how to apply for jobs and where to go, who to speak to. Also, every university tends to have certain opportunities that are available only for their students. So it gives you that advantage that if you were to take another route, let's say, or take the self-learn route, for example, so doing certifications, yes, you might be learning about, the technical concepts that are used in cybersecurity, but the soft skills that you need, the networking skills, all of those little, skills that you might think are minor, but essentially you would need it when you do enter any field, not just cybersecurity. I think my university did allow me to grow in that area, which is great, and build great connections, whether that's with my colleagues at university, people who were also older than me. There were great people at uni who were more than happy to mentor the younger years. So that's essentially a summary of how I started my journey in cybersecurity.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you, Maria. So Sitha, yeah, let us know, how did you get into cybersecurity?
So I started the same route as Maria, taking the university route, but I was initially like, I want to do computer science. That's what started this off. I was like, I want to do something broad that covers IT and it gives me flexibility in what I wanted to do. So I started with IT, computer science at university, and then being part of the societies at university kind of opened up the pathways into, what does investment bank even means, and how does IT fit together in that. So I was, I was basically part of this computer science society, kind of opened up my path into investment banking, got into IT, but initially was, technology as a whole. And I was 11 years now, counting, nearly 12 at Nomura. So I started my journey as an intern, graduate, and so on, and then managed to move around within the company, within technology as such. Then I was just really fortunate enough to be part of the company that allows internal moves, and that just gave me the opportunity into cyber automatically from where I was in my career. So yeah, that's how I landed in cyber.
Thank you very much, Sutha. Very good. So if we move on to the next question, so we do have a question later on about resources as well to share with people. So just want to give you a heads up. But for now, what we really want to understand is, what are your current impressions of the cyber industry? Any challenges or exciting areas? So if we go to Charadith first.
I think something that you mentioned yourself and Maria earlier on is there is a certain lack of people in cybersecurity in this industry, and I think that does reflect in universities, in youngsters, because they don't really know that obviously the tech industry is not only coding. It's more than just that. There is obviously so much more. There is cloud security, there's security, obviously there is PMing, and there's so much more than just coding, developing. And I think cybersecurity needs a bit more I say awareness amongst the youngsters, on the younger side of it. But I think I fell in love with this ever since I was small, obviously through, as I said, movies, and having experienced so much so far at Nomura and during my university degree, I think I've just kept on falling in love with this industry, and I think there is so much more to learn. There is so much to get, so much experience, this wealth of experience to gather. So I think this is something that I love, and I'll keep on loving until who knows.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm having my computer's doing some strange things, but hopefully that's okay. So we'll thank you so much, Charadith, for your answer there. So if we go to Maria next, if that's okay. So Maria, what are your impressions of the cyber industry? And for you, is there any particularly interesting, exciting areas and challenges as well?
Yeah. I mean, my impression of cybersecurity or technology in as a whole is that initially technology was created to open opportunities, to make processes more efficient, to help people connect, and it was created all for the positive reasons. But the interesting part is we don't see everyone necessarily using technology for those noble causes, let's say, or for the right reasons, whether that's intentionally or unintentionally. Now, the exciting area there, or I would say the opportunity there for us, is to be able to provide, continue to allow the access to technology, but in a more controlled manner. So anyone who is trying to cause any malicious or do any malicious actions, let's say, we are there to kind of protect our people, protect our data. There could be even something simple as, sharing our data. Not everyone would think, not everyone would know how a hacker would think, for example. And I think, yeah, that's the interesting part of that, for example, is if someone was to create a profile on social media, they would, share their data without knowing that someone out there could easily use that data against them. Something as simple as, telling everyone when their birthday is. So it's interesting how different people, different communities use technology and for what. And it's also a bit of a concern to know that even up to this day and age, even with the amount of cyber awareness that's programs and trainings that are going on, not everyone is, still aware or able to control what kind of data they are sharing publicly.
Really good insights there, Maria. Thank you very, very much. If we go on to Bola next. So Bola, tell us, what are your impressions of the cyber industry so far?
This is a very good industry where the cyber professionals that have the right skills will be able to achieve their dreams. I believe we have been, the industry is also focusing on diversity. The industry is bringing in more people, telling us so much more about how we can get into it, just like what we're doing today. I'm also like very happy to see that there's a place for everyone on the table, and we can also join the dance. So this industry to me has enough space for everyone that's willing to fly. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paola. That's lovely. And then Sutha, please can you tell us what are your impressions of the cyber industry, and any challenges or exciting areas that you're aware of?
Thanks, Shireen. So I think I'm going to say what everyone else says, right? We need no more females, even though this forum is full of females right now. But what we need to see them at the higher level. I think that's what stops us, right? Seeing them at the top level gives us a role model to look up to. And I think as much as we work on the younger generation and trying to teach them to get into cyber as much as possible, from a grad, intern, etc., where is the top leaders, right? How are females being encouraged to be at the top of the house? That's definitely an area I would say is a challenge at the moment. Exciting part of it is there's so much going on, right? Like I said, our day-to-day is different every day. For more and more AI coming in, our journey to cloud as a firm, as well as others, is how does security join in this journey, which is going to be much exciting. As much as Maria said as well, right? How do we protect our data and our people and the firm doing that? So yeah, it's a never-ending challenge at the moment. Thank you.
That's a really great answer. Thank you.
Sorry, I was so impressed with your answers, Tasni. I was thinking, as a hiring manager yourself, how does, are there any particular thoughts behind when you're approaching or recruiting a new young person into this industry? What are the qualities and also the qualifications perhaps you've sort of looked into you would take into account at this guide?
Sure. Thank you, Kriti. So for me personally, it's about the interaction that I have with them on the interview day. I don't expect them to be an expert in cyber, because I think technology, cyber, as an overall, you can, if someone is willing to learn, they can come into this industry and learn, pick this up, and go forward. And I think my team here, they can vouch for this, right? So honestly, the interview process, I wanted to know more about them as an individual and what interests they're in, what makes them interested in this sector, what are they looking for in a role. It shows far greater perspective about that person than a CV does. So for me, that the interaction is definitely the first thing that I look for. And is this person a team worker? Are they the best fit for our team? It's probably one of the first things I look for during the interview.
Certainly, Sartini, and I think that's very important even for all of you sitting here. Perhaps you may acknowledge that it's more so the attitude, the soft skills. Qualifications are important, but it's something you could gain, I suppose. But your soft skills, your personality, they are within yourself. So thank you very much for sharing that. And Shireen, back to you.
No, Kriti, that was a really important question, to ask Sutha while she's here, because that could hopefully influence other people who are hiring managers, what to look for, what successful looks like as well. So thank you, Kriti. So on to the next question. For yourselves, was there any perceived barrier to entry or advancement into security? So I can definitely speak to this one. So yeah, if we go to Charadith first. So did you have any perceived barrier to entry and advancement into the security field?
Yeah, so obviously I started my career not exactly in cybersecurity, but in my career in technology in other fields before coming into cybersecurity. And the view from outside security was that I always needed to know a lot of theory, a lot of technical knowledge as well, both of it before getting into it. And I think this was one of the things that I was most afraid of, was that I didn't have enough knowledge, enough technical skills or know-how, and that I would be someone that was not skilled enough in the area. But I think that was something that was quickly dismissed when I joined the field, because obviously there is so much to learn on the job, on the day-to-day job with my brilliant colleagues that I have. There's so much to learn from them, that the people themselves teach you so much from their day-to-day job, from their projects that they take, or anything that they can show you or teach you. I think this is one of the most important piece of advice, is that everyone in cybersecurity is so helpful, at least from what I've seen. And I think that's really important for someone who's starting their career. For an intern, for a graduate, I think you don't really need that much knowledge that I thought we needed. It's something that you can learn on the job, from a quick Google, from a quick, hey, can I ask you a question? It's as simple as that. Yeah.
Thanks, Charu, again. I thought I'll just step based on what you said. It's really interesting, actually.
That's really good. And I definitely agree with you on that. If we move on to let's move on to Bola. So Bola, can you tell us? So was there any for yourself perceived barrier to entry?
I think
hello.
There might be a small delay.
I think it's having connectivity. Yeah.
There might be a small delay in there, Shireen, in the video. I have a follow-up question for Charu, if that's okay. So Charu, you mentioned one of the things you've done is to when you realized that you were not good enough and you didn't have enough knowledge, and you were still young at that time. You were, just leaving school. You hadn't probably finished university. So how did you go ahead and dismiss that feeling? You've mentioned the word this. How did you go ahead and sort of say, right, okay, I don't have enough knowledge, but I'm still going to give it an attempt? What was the thought process behind that?
So personally, I always like a challenge. I always like to push myself to my limits, and obviously, I thought that you needed a lot of knowledge and a lot of skills, right? So before applying to my jobs, looking at the requirements that a job needed, like for example, whatever the specifications are or the hiring managers are asking, this is something that I used to do, or always used to do, before applying, is that I look at it, try Googling, try reading as much as I can, try and going into anything and any kind of articles, documentation that I can find online, and kind of resources that I can get. I would just go and read about it. I think being prepared before at least going into interviews was something that I thought would be really important, and I still think it is, obviously. But going into the interview with my the interview at the time, the good thing was that they made me feel comfortable. They made me feel like yes, it's normal not to know. It's normal not to be able to answer some questions, as long as as long as you're enthusiastic to be able to learn, as long as you have this kind of attitude to learn, to strive to get to know more, to always be on the lookout for more new challenges, etc., etc. I think this is what pushed me to think like, okay, maybe it's not as difficult as I thought it was. Obviously, you need preparation. Obviously, you need that, but it's not that you have to know the world's knowledge. You don't have to know everything before going into it, because there's always going to be something that you don't know, that you can't know, you can't read, you forget to read, and you just can't read everything, right? You just can't remember everything. So I think this misconception was quickly dismissed during my first interview, where they told me, yeah, it's okay not to learn, not to know. Just tell me honestly, what are your thoughts about it? What's your attitude? I think what they were looking for was my attitude, basically my way of working or my way to go around. So yeah, I think that was the most important part and my way of dismissing this misconception.
This is brilliant, Chari. Again, thank you for reiterating that piece, that the preparation is key, being able to overcome some of those feelings just by preparing. And it's okay to go to an interview and not know. And sometimes, just not knowing some stuff, because you will learn it over time. So thank you so much for sharing that across. Back to you, Shireen.
No, thank you for stepping in. Sorry for just minor, there's a delay here on my side, so apologies if that's confusing anyone. So yeah, so if we just go on to Maria, let's go to Maria. So Maria, did you perceive any barrier to entry with security beforehand, and or advancement into security?
Yeah, I think everyone probably perceived some kind of barrier in one way or the other. But from my experience, I think being from an ethnic minority can sometimes be an advantage and can sometimes be a disadvantage. So initially, when I started studying at university, there was a very small percentage of women in my course, let alone people from an ethnic minority. There was literally, I can, just describe it for you. There was literally one row of women sitting at the front, and and amongst that row, there was like, just one or two people from a ethnic minority. So you're like a minority within a minority within a minority. So I think that that kind of, it was quite challenging, I would say, to create certain connections, because if you don't have those connections at the start, you won't be aware of certain opportunities. And it's great that, companies and different organizations, they are aware of this and they are working on promoting diversity, which is great. But it's all about as well making a place more inclusive, making opportunities more open for everyone. In terms of advancement into security, I wouldn't say I have experienced it, but I have seen others, around me. Something that also that Sufa has mentioned as well. Seeing women at senior levels, I think there's a lot of work to be done there. It's, to be honest, it would be a great thing for every organization to try and work on, promoting more women to join that senior level, as that provides a good sort of role model and inspiration for the others as well, those who have probably just entered cybersecurity or what they are in their journey as well. So it's those two key areas, which I feel like every organization is trying to work on that. But again, there's probably a lot more to be done as well.
Yeah. No, thanks, Maria. It's really interesting because it seems like it hasn't really changed since I was at uni, like over 20 years ago. And in that aspect of, you're still not seeing very many women. And I think the good thing is with the cyber industry is that sort of outside of the sort of the educational routes, there are a lot of groups of cyber professionals who volunteer to try and promote and try and reach out to people from different backgrounds and to encourage, or just anyone who might be interested. So there's like InfoSec Girls, for example, that's one that's global. But there's not just for women, but just for youth in general, who may not even know that this is a possible career for them. And where you can network, and also some of these groups, it gives you an opportunity to learn different areas in security and also network and potentially meet. Because I went to Black Hat Asia in 2019, but I got up because I was on a career break. I had I wrote a little piece and I got a little scholarship to go to Black Hat. And I know, Maria, you did as well. And that was a good opportunity. So obviously I paid for my flight ticket, but my entrance into Black Hat was free. So I was able to actually meet more women in security in Singapore than I knew when I came back to England. So yeah, so, but I honestly, before Nomura, I think I've worked with literally a handful of women in tech, let alone security. So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's certainly
there,
through
Maria.
those organizations that it
So
does make
hopefully
the journey
times are
better.
changing. Go on, Maria, sorry.
Sorry, there was probably like a bandwidth issue. But yeah, it's certainly through those organizations that it does make the journey better. And, there's a lot of amazing women out there that are always happy to, and professionals as well, that are always happy to help. So I would say, the best thing to do is just reach out, and you never know.
Yes. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Maria, again. So on to Bola. Bola, can you tell us, so from your perspective, perceived barrier to entry into security or not?
I think for me, they've said a lot about the perceived barriers. One thing I'll also add is the lack of experience. People would ask themselves, okay, what if I go into uni and study this? Every job spec I see is telling me you need to have 2 years experience in it. I don't have any experience. So that's one thing I see as kind of a barrier. But another area I would also focus on, and which I know so many companies are working on, is lack of mentorship. Like Sutha said earlier, I want to see someone that looks like me up there, because I can see her. I'm happy to proceed, like when I was offered another role, while I got this role, I said to myself, I would look inwards and see, in the other organization, does someone look like me up there? Can I join the dance? Is it possible? And on the other side, you could see that it is not going to be possible in the next 5 years. But now I can see my boss. I can see someone looks like me. So I believe my dream is possible. So those good role models are still one of the things that organizations need to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Bola. Yeah, I think we're still seeing applications for cyber roles where the recruiters just want everything, like every single cybersecurity certification that's going, and like they want a CISP, and it's like, oh, how can you get a CISP if you've got no experience? It's it's a chicken and egg situation, but there's definitely a lot more discussion on that now, and changes hopefully on that. So thank you so much, Bola. So if we go on to Sutha, so Sutha, from your perspective, what's your take on this perceived barrier to security?
So thank you, Bola, for those kind words. It's definitely about that, isn't it? And I think from a hiring perspective, I think, like you said, Shireen, we just need to be more open to the way we conduct interviews and what the candidates that we're looking for. If that's the first thing a candidate sees on a piece of paper, that itself just puts us off, right? We don't want to go to that work because it's going to ask us for 2 to 3 years experience, and I don't have it. There's only a few of us that would say, actually, you know what, let me just go and try. Let's see how the interview goes, right? So not necessarily it's a barrier, but it's, if an individual really wants to go for it, they will. But it's those who kind of, linger on, the imposter syndrome kicks in, and you're thinking, no chance, I'm not going to get in. There's no point, I'm wasting my time here, and it stops us from moving forward. So definitely that's the area I would start. As in, if there's any tweaks we need to make, that's definitely the place that we need to start making them. Looking at people's, how they, and obviously Nomura is quite big at this right now. How are we doing, CV checks in candidates, right? What are we looking at? So that's definitely one area of focus. And also, for example, we've seen candidates that come from art background into ITsec and have provided another perspective, and we've seen it works, right? And obviously, Bola here obviously came from finance background into ITsec and is smashing it. So that's the start, and an easy win really that we could change and remove those barriers.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sutha. Would anyone, because we're running out of time and there's some more questions I'd like to get to, but would anyone like to just talk to, because we've kind of covered it a little bit, but would anyone like to speak to this question about the industry? Is the industry, because this is what people are interested in, is there anything the industry is getting wrong or outdated?
I'll kind of touch on that. I think for me personally, if there's a fast track process, track the candidates that we like, rather than going through the old methods of looking at candidates, that could just possibly just open up the pool of candidates that we look at, right? And it could be done through networking sessions that we could host, rather than having to apply through a telephone interview and then you have to go through a case study. Rather than going through those old routes, can we do those kind of networking sessions where we meet people face to face and ask the question and really see, because at that point you're interacting with the other person and could really see their personalities and why cyber could be answered on the spot there and then. So that's definitely one for me.
That's really good, Sue. That's a really good idea, actually. So if we move on to the next question, so really interested to get your take on this from around the room. I've certainly got my own thoughts on this as well. So so what advice would you have for somebody who would like to move into cybersecurity from your perspective? So mirroring your experience and your sort of journey. So for example, if we were to go to Bola, for you, if that's okay, if we start with yourself, so from your perspective as a career changer, what advice would you give to somebody who's in the same position?
I would say that for someone who's willing to give it what it takes, be aware that you have some transferable skills. Be ready to learn. It's a fast industry. There's enough room for everyone because there's gap in it. But you have to be determined and willing to learn every day. That's my advice in a nutshell. Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Shireen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a really good answer. Yes, if we go to Charadith next.
Yeah, I think just adding on top of what Boda said, brilliantly said, is we are a fast-changing world, in a fast-changing field as well. And one of the key things that people might want to go for is adaptability, is where in this fastly moving world, fastly updating world, it's like you need to be able to adapt to whatever changes there is ongoing in the world. COVID, ChatGPT, whatever happens, I think this is one of the things that you need to be able to do. But on a more smaller basis is not to be afraid. Just don't fear stepping into cybersecurity. I think it is a good choice, and even if it is not, I think just like Bola, you can always change out of it. But I think it is something that is always going to be here for the future. So just don't be afraid to step into it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And then Maria, what would be your advice?
I would say start job hunting early, start building your profile early, and just be prepared to fail forward. You will get a lot of rejections, but that's how everyone starts, and we all start from somewhere.
Brilliant, short and sweet. I like that. To the point. And then Sutha, what would be your advice?
I'd say come in with an open mind and be curious. Ask lots of questions, and that itself will open a lot of doors that you never thought existed. And even if you're a start early of your career or someone with experience, I think getting yourself on LinkedIn, going to these networking events where you can meet people and understand what's out there, it's going to be massive. That's definitely how I learned. And the networking aspect of it was drilled into me as an intern. And you know, it's always daunting when you think about it, but when you see someone you can relate to out there on the stage in the event, and it just becomes that motivation, right? That's the role model that you want to see. And honestly, now at this day and age, there's so much materials out there on the internet. So really do your research. So the example website, and I always say this to my interns and anyone who comes on work experience, is, you know, there's websites like Target Jobs that have great materials on different sectors, not just technology, right? Everything. And they've done all the hard work for you. And I'm not promoting now. I don't have a, a part with their company, but this is a website that, you know, honestly opened my eyes up in terms of, you know, say CV checks, cover letters, what jobs, what firms are out there, all sorts of help is available on the internet, and it's just on a click of a button. So that's my advice. Thanks, Shireen.
Yeah, it's true. It's like you don't know what you don't know, and I think that's that's what everyone experiences when they're starting out. How do I find out more about this? So that's a really good way to do that. And my advice would definitely be try and find out what the dailies, some like recruitment websites, they give you a good understanding of what people are looking for. But if you can find role models, as Sita said as well, LinkedIn's great, Twitter's great as well for finding people who talk about their day-to-day jobs. There's also, this actually moves on quite nicely onto this question: what resources would you recommend for someone wanting to get into cyber? So for myself, I'll start with this one. I'd say, and I've shared this with a lot of people, so on Twitter, Twitter is fantastic. There's again, not affiliated with anybody, but there's an account called InfoSec Welcome Wagon. The handle is @InfoSec Welcome, and that is fantastic, because basically it's anyone who's working in cyber will post to that account to share resources, free training, talking about their jobs, cheat sheets, job guides, jobs where people are looking for jobs, sponsorship opportunities. It's fantastic. So Twitter is fantastic, and it's global. And there's also an account called Coffee with Eamon, who's got another account called Getting Into Cyber, and it features profiles of people who have made career changes into cybersecurity mainly, and you can listen to it on Spotify as well. So they're normally like an hour long, so they're actually really good. You can listen in and hear. The main thing is everyone's journey is different, yeah, so there's no one way. So what we'll do is, we've only got 2 minutes left, so what I'll say is let's have a chat offline, and let's post some back to the CSA UK website, some ideas for resources. If we work as a team sort of offline, let's do that. But let's just go around the room with the last question. If you could go back, hang on, I'll put it online. If you could go back in time and speak to your former self, your younger self, what advice would you give in relation to this, into getting into cybersecurity? So let's go with Charadith. Short and sweet.
Short and sweet is, you'll do well. I think you'll do well. That's about it. Pat on the back.
Okay, go for it. And then Maria, what's your advice?
You're heading the right direction. Stop stressing and just enjoy the journey.
Fabulous. Let's go, Bola.
I believe we did not come to fear the future. We came to shape it. So join the race. Join.
Very good. Very good. And Sutha, what would be your advice to you and yourself?
For me, it's always, everything happens for a reason. So just believe in yourself and stop stressing. That's it.
I think we lost Shireen.
And then Kriti, do you have advice?
I would just say thank you to everyone who's joined. Your advice was brilliant. I'd hope from here that there'll be a lot more of you young people who would think like you, who would not be fearful of entering the industry. who would not look at the jargons and be scared, and would not be afraid to ask. And I think one of the qualities I've seen in all of you here is that you all experience that level of anxiety, if I should say. Should I get into this? Should I take it on board? The imposter syndrome, I'm not good enough, I don't know enough. But you've managed to overcome this and then get on to your next trail. And I think the key part is just getting through that part. And this is something you can do yourself. And this is great, actually, chatting to you all and seeing that actually happening in action. So I hope there'll be a lot more young people who'd be watching this and take yourselves, refer to your examples and how you've overcome this, and take this on board. And we'll see more of you in the industry and make this industry a bit full of younger people, new, fresh mindset, fresh blood.
And career changes as well. We need the career changes.
And
good. Thank you all so much. Thank you for that.
As his last thing,
and then thanks to everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
That's great. Thank you all.
Thank you guys for having us. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move on to the next talk. So let me just change our branding back to welcoming Hana Karoku. So really nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You too.
How
Sharon, is it you?
Yes, I'm Shireen. Sorry, I don't know why our names aren't showing, but yeah, my name's Shireen and this
Shireen,
is Pretty.
Okay, very nice to meet you, both of you. How are you? Everything is good? I don't know. I couldn't actually, following all these sessions because I'm in Turkey right now for a business trip in a hotel room. So I watch all the, sessions, but I'm here on time, so I'm very happy. How is the light? Should I make it better or?
No, the light is good. The light is good. The light is good. So if you want, we can load. I'm going to probably have to log off and log back on again because I've got connection issues. But if you load your presentation, if you go to present, and then you can do slides, and then just upload your presentation, or you can share your screen.
Which one is best for you? Because if you can share my, presentation, that is perfect. I can try it on here. Yeah. It's okay. Which is better?
So I don't. Pretty, would you be able to help with that? Because I've got to log off and log in again, and we'll lose the.
Okay.
So, Pretty, if you go to the talk, Honor's talk, you can download it to your machine, and then let me know if you can. Oh, hang on, you're on mute.
Are you okay to stay on until I do that? I'll be back in a second. Just get this.
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
How was the other session, Sharon? Is it crowded?
Sorry?
How was the other sessions? Was all of them very crowded, or how many people
joined? It was good.
It was good.
It was good. Yes. It was a really good session. It was
It's perfect.
It was a wonderful session about careers, starting a career in cyber. So yeah, we've only got 6 spots available. So but yeah, maybe we should do another one next year and get some different opinions from you. Would like to hear from yourself as well on that point. So let's see if Critty's doing okay. Give me a shout, Critty, if you're struggling, and I'll help. Let's see. Let me see. Kriti, I'll I can't hear you, sorry.
So as I was saying, I have received Honor's presentation in PDF form. Is
Do
it
you
the
want?
No,
Yeah,
no.
it's okay.
I will run with this now. So Shireen, if you are sharing.
Yeah.
If you need PowerPoint, I can share it with you too. If it's
There you go.
There we go. There we have it. Thank you.
I try to create an your kind of this Cloud Security Alliance UK format, but I don't know, is it good or not? You like it?
You've done so well. Yeah, you've really done well there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'll come off now. So we'll leave it to you. Just let us know when you want us to move the slides.
Okay. Then most probably I can say in the next slide you can see that.
Okay, I will keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So is yours now, no? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you for all taking your time and attend my session. I hope the content I have prepared for you will be very useful. Today, we will discuss the relationship between emerging technologies and data protection, which are the most popular topics of the recent times. But before my presentation, I want to introduce myself to you. My name is Onur Korucu. I have started and continued my professional life in multinational professional services companies such as KPMG, PwC, and Grant Thornton. I had the opportunities to work as a senior management and experienced advisor and consultant in different geographies of the world. And I have been living in Ireland for about 4 years right now. And last year I started my a little bit different position because it is Microsoft part, and I was a GRC cybersecurity and data protection senior manager within Avanade UK. It's a Accenture and Microsoft joint venture. But after all, at the beginning of this year, I got my new title, Vice President of Consulting. And in short, both Ireland and Europe and UK, with the changing regulatory balances after Brexit, and enabled me to gain different perspectives on this information security and privacy part. So this is very exciting for me because I started my career as an engineer. Then I got my LLM degrees in the law school, and now I'm here. I try to share all my knowledge about this, how emerging technology changing this data privacy and data protection landscape. Yeah, while technology changes rapidly and the new digital world solutions that we have difficulty in following that take place in our daily lives. So the question is how it is changing our landscape, our technology landscape. And this is a new area actually for us because how the GDPR will affect emerging technologies, and we are always trying to questioning that. Will it block innovation, or will it slow down innovation, or will it enhance opportunities for organizations working in this area? But here are titles that I want to share with you today to provide added value at the end of the session. The first one, examining the compliance challenge between emerging technologies characteristics and GDPR, both individually and combined. Because you know that emerging technologies contribute to innovation in public and private organizations, but threaten the privacy individuals, because every day we are using this kind of technologies and we are trying to collect different types of individual, personal, and sensitive data, but the nature of characteristics of the new technologies are challenged by new GDPR, you mean that General Data Protection Regulation, and the natural of characteristics of emerging technologies are challenged by GDPR as they emerged before the development of the GDPR. And the second one, identifying compliance opportunities to the characteristics of emerging technologies, because adapting any emerging technology in organizations and dealing with GDPR compliance, which offers new opportunities for future research, such as attempting to make a new technology comply with GDPR may hinder its intended functionalities or different aspects of this kind of regulatory. And the last one is discussing possible approaches to address the compliance challenge identified and raise questions for further research in this area, because it's not a type of topics. Yeah, we learned everything about this kind of technologies and we are really so strong about this data protection part, we can go on. No, it is not like that. It is like a ongoing process. So we need to ask some questions. We need to understand our challenges and identify these new threats. And maybe we can say that GDPR is written by lawyers and policymakers and not by software engineers or cybersecurity professionals. Thus, practitioners involved into these technical parts for emerging technologies may face challenges in fulfilling GDPR compliance by design or compliance by maybe we can say process or culture or our approach in these companies. At the best, GDPR compliance by design is the short-term solution to the compliance challenge to emerging technologies. In the long term, the adaptation of EU or UK, that all this kind of protection, data protection law take place to accelerate the adaptation of this kind of emerging technologies. So let's start with our first slide. I try to summarize something in a slide because, of course, everyone has a user level, maybe quite in-depth knowledge of GDPR. However, it should be noted that GDPR is a regulation on data protection and privacy for all individuals within the European Union, as well as any organizations that processes the data of EU citizens. The regulation was created to protect individuals' personal information and data. This is very important because it's not just for white collar or organizations or corporate companies. It is for everybody in your daily life, because in the coffee shop, everybody can ask, what is your name? I want to write it on your this coffee bottle or something. So this is very important to understand that this is for individuals, for each of us. And the regulations are designed to ensure that companies can only collect, use, or process the data if they have legitimate business reason for doing so. This is very, very important for us because this is a limitation by the purpose for organizations or this kind of all companies. I mean, that's the legal part of the data processors. I mean that. So companies must also be transparent about their use of personal information and providing clear notices about what data they collect and how they use it, how they store it, no matter what great technologies they use, because they can put really so strong infrastructure or security equipments or tools or infrastructure, whatever. Think about sky's the limit, but they have to be transparent and they have to share with you all this kind of information very clearly. And every single industrial sector is attempting to understand what the new data protection regime spells for their corporate future and how the best to initiative compliance with the numerous requirements in demands. However, in all the activity and flourish surrounding compliance mechanisms, or maybe we can say again approaches, there are many emerging technologies that appear to be overlooked. And GDPR applies to any organizations operating in the EU and UK, as well as any organizations outside of the EU, which they offer goods and services or whatever, the products to customers or businesses in the EU. That ultimately means that almost every major corporation in this world needs a GDPR compliance strategy. Maybe we shouldn't say just GDPR, a data protection strategy. But I think because it is like that. For example, if you want to implement ISO 27001, we called it is a information security program. So we cannot just limit these data protection compliance issues just with the GDPR, because all over the world, with the very, very high population, these countries, they need this kind of data protection legislations and this kind of policies, procedures, or this kind of all legal assets. So if we continue with the other slide, we can see in here, GDPR is a set of rules how companies should process personal data of the data subjects. This is very popular for us because all this data protection, subject matter expertise or DPOs or these kind of, white collar people know this one because this is easy to follow. GDPR summary. The first one, lawful, fair, and transparent processing, as we talk about. And the other one, limitation of purpose and the data storage. And data subject rights, as we talk, because we are individuals, they are using our data, and so we need this kind of rights for us. And the consents, they're always asking to you, can you give us your consents? They're asking these kind of questions for their business processes. And this privacy by design, personal data breaches, they're earning lots of money. This ICO site, you can see lots of these kind of very good updates about it, because last year from Facebook, Meta, or Amazon, they're earning really good money from here. And privacy by design, I think this is a very good point, because that last month, they put in force a new ISO standards for privacy by design, and I think it will be very useful for cloud computing and also emerging technologies area too. And DPIA, data protection impact assessment and data transfer, and DPO and awareness and training. All these are these 10 main key, really like a summary for GDPR. And if you continue with the other slide, I think we should talk about a little bit. We can start with the GRC part, because when it comes to GRC, information security, cybersecurity, or data protection, one magic word is always in the common trend. Its thread is awareness, because data privacy landscape is constantly changing, and it is important for companies of all sizes and their lawyers and all their third parties and their personals, for everybody to stay up to date on new regulations, moves across big tech and customer demand. All of them is really so important for them, and these tech companies are and will be open to these potential fines for non-compliance, data loss, and data breaches, which is a seismic shift within the IT sector. From now on, the technology sector, all these companies now join technology sector part right now, and they're like how can I say that, game changer for these kind of legislations, because if you want to prepare really good legislation for this not for just data privacy part, all this kind of data storing, data processing part, you have to ask questions and you have to approve some domains from these kind of giant tech companies. So this is very important to understand their mindsets. So through education, shaping cultural change, and leading the way in security products and the services, all of them is a part of our companies, our individual lives, privacy parts, privacy aspects. And GDPR, however, brings its own challenge for technology companies as they find themselves with a specific skill shortage in cybersecurity specialists, compliance professionals, and DPOs. This is very critical for us because I'm based in Dublin right now, and we're surrounded with the technology companies in here, and we need really these kind of skills badly, but this skills shortage is a real problem right here. So awareness, good education, and knowing this global legislation and understand the match with the global standards like ISO, like COBIT, like ITIL, and NIST. This is very important, this kind of mindset and knowledge. And the difficulties that businesses will have in complying depends largely upon the nature of the businesses itself. However, the most, I think, spectacular task for any business is, in my opinion, that the training of the staff. It is imperative that everyone within an organization is aware of what GDPR is, how it affects them, and how to respond or how to correctly address the data breach or loss in their company. And in the next slide, maybe we can start to talk about the future of work in here, because it will be increasingly determined by emerging technologies, and these use personal data in ever more sophisticated ways. And while providing considerable service benefits to customer, many firms struggle to clearly articulate how an individual's data will be used in straightforward, clear, transparent, and I don't know, 3 words really so strong to define these emotions in here, and these terms required by GDPR. So as use of such technologies develops across the economy, businesses and their compliance and legal teams will face further challenges in identifying what constitutes personal data and how to ensure that transparency principle continues to be adhered to. So maybe we can talk about a little bit, what is this emerging technologies today we are talking about? Of course, cloud competing in the first stage. But on the other hand, we have blockchain, very popular, everybody earning really good money in this area. And Internet of Things, it's a part of cloud computing too. It's really, they have really good relationships between them. And artificial intelligence, because you can see lots of different essays, white papers, and marketing materials about ChatGPT, and everybody talking about ChatGPT recently. So AI is a main part of this emerging technologies part, and I think in the future, very near future, we will face with this AI very badly in this GRC and data protection part. And all these emerging technologies have noticeable attention from research and industry, and these technologies contribute to innovation in public and private organizations, but threaten the privacy and individuals. This is really so important for us. And the nature of characteristics of emerging technologies challenged by GDPR. So our approach in here, that our company's approach can be to combine any of the technologies or emerging technologies just we are talking about, so that the characteristics of one technology addresses the compliance challenge in the other. This is really so important to understand this kind of compliance by design issues. And maybe we can say that we have some concern about software design, development, and operations in our companies. In the next slide, each emerging technologies also refers appealing benefits in a world driven by digital solutions. Emerging technologies continue to affect the way we live and interact with in other ones. We can say many of these technological challenges are great. They increase our productivity, make the service we need or use more accessible, and overall make our lives easier. However, they often challenge us to change our habits and our daily lives routines too. So maybe we can give some instance in here. Think about it. Online banking can greatly benefit individuals living in rural areas. For example, online shopping or voting can help people with decreased mobility. In manufacturing, robots can be used to boost productivity or optimize the quality of all these kind of goods. And in health sector, in healthcare, robotics is applied and performing these complex surgeries. And AI solutions are also have advantage in the agriculture sector. And of course, these emerging technologies might bring about certain risks as well. So cyber attacks, phishing, data protection issues or data theft, fake news or payment security issues, these are the aspects that we will need to deal with more often in the future, both in our work capacity and in our personal lives. And with the technical approach, we can say cloud computing offers access to scalable distributed information technology, that IT resources and skills, and reduces capital expenditures. And blockchain offers security and transparency because we are using wallets and it is so individual. For example, after your death, you can give this wallet to another one. So we need to be understanding here in blockchain. They offers us really good security, really good transparency aspects, such as immutability, maybe we can say, and traceability of transactions, because tracing these transactions and understand all this kind of log recordings is really so important to solve some kind of this kind of security problems and understand the history of your companies. And of course, IoT enables the generation of real-time rich data from IoT devices, increasing productivity and improving quality of our life, our sectors. If you think about if it's not for your company, in your individual life too. And AI offers an automation, like machine learning, we can call it, because this prediction and problem-solving techniques to enable effective improvements in various production and service industries. In the next slide, in the 7, these emerging technologies experimentation isn't just a job for technology executives, because it's something very business leader should think about it. At the beginning of these management meetings, you can see lots of sales, marketing, of course, economical issues and financial issues. They're always taking the big chairs. But after all, in these days, technology, data protection, and understanding cybersecurity is really so critical. And now we have really good chairs on this table. This is really so good. And this is really so good to breaking these barriers between management and cybersecurity, data protection, information security teams. And this emerging technology exchange every year to give business leaders a chance to get hands-on with new technology and learn from innovators and their peers in other industries. It's like a benchmark, because if somebody trying to run, the other companies trying to run and catch the other technologies too. This is really so good because it's a continuous improving in this area. And all over the world, lots of companies recently explored practical applications of immersive interfaces, working anatomy and extended reality, among others. However, of course, with the condition that data protection and security requirements are compliant with it. If we continue the other slide, as a digital beings, we are sometimes unaware of the vast amount of data. That we have really so big amount of data, maybe we can say, we are generating every day. While this data is integral to enhancing our online experience, it also puts our privacy in great danger. Fortunately, new and improved technologies have emerged, giving some respite to individuals, businesses, and governments. Thanks to this, because emerging technologies, data privacy landscape has evolved more in the past couple of decades than the entire century. Maybe we can say our new rules of the data economy are fairly straightforward. All of them derived from the basic principle that personal data is an asset held by the people who generated it. gives these rules, but each rule entails the breaking of entrenched habits, routines, and the networks. So the first one is trust over transaction, and the other one insight over identity. If you continue the other slides, let's talk about a little bit emerging technologies and umbrella terms used to describe essentially experimental technologies that have only been developed and launched within the last few years. These technologies are still being enhanced and researched. So today, if you ask me very specific questions about AI, I cannot talk about it very, clearly like GDPR, because GDPR is a very mature and very living regulations. But in IoT, in AI, in blockchain, we are still trying to create mature and really comply with GDPR, this kind of, legislations and legal perspectives, legal based. And new technologies are creating increasing amounts of data. In the digital economy is growing, and so all these kind of articles, you can see this data-driven economy measures and protecting personal data, these kind of terms. So this is really so important for citizens and residents. While legal obligations and responsibilities in traditional transactions are well defined, I mean that organizations as data processor and customers as a data controller, these boundaries and responsibilities in non-traditional exchanges are least clear. The GDPR endeavors to clarify rights and protection of the personal data in digital societies. In the rest of this digital session, we briefly sketch the main areas within emerging technologies on which the GDPR will have a major impact on cloud computing or the other ones. In the next slide, GDPR is expected to have a significant impact on technology platforms and data architectures. I mean that currently collect, store, manage, or process this kind of personal data. So we are using lots of these kind of different technology parts, technological infrastructure, and we are trying to collect, or sometimes we have no idea what we are collecting this kind of data. So this is really so important to understand the limitation of purpose with storage in the process. To meet the requirements of GDPR, companies need to invest a lot of manpower and resources on upgrading their technology platforms and updating privacy policies, changing advertising these kind of practices, and adjusting the data storage and processing. In the next slide, GDPR is expected to have implications on organizations' cybersecurity privacy policy and practice, since it requires companies to implement reasonable data protection measures to protect customers' personal data and privacy against data loss, data threats, or exposures. In GDPR, Article 5 of GDPR summarizes some of key privacy and data protection requirements, such as requiring the consent of data subjects for data processing and anonymizing collected data to protect privacy, providing data breach notifications, safely handling the transfer of data across borders, and requiring certain companies to appoint the data protection officers to oversee GDPR compliance. If we continue the other slide, the development of application of these technologies are essential to promote the economy and have become one of the most vital competitive factors among countries. But it should be noticed that these technologies deliver their value through massive data and high-quality algorithm. In the next slide, we can summarize in here. GDPR will affect the development AI applications by increasing the cost of limiting the application scope as we talked about in the other slides, there are some transparency, there are some transactions, understanding this kind of log management issues. This is very highlighting, aspects for these legislation domains. And in here, Article 13 and Article 22 of GDPR require that certain algorithm decisions need to be reviewed and explained by humans. And these restrictions will greatly increase labor's cost and break the inherent balance between accuracy and transparency. And the other one is 17. Article 17 provides user with erasure of personal data without undue delay, which might destroy key rules underpinning the AI system and thus resulting the decrease of efficiency and accuracy of algorithm, or even breaking it entirely. And on the other slide, I just try to, summarize in here the relationship between emerging technologies and GDPR. So let's talk about a little bit blockchains in here, because it is difficult to identify the data controllers and hard to require each node to perform strict obligations. But in GDPR domains 16 and 17, this efficiency and effectiveness of blockchain will keys to exist. And for the other point, this 13 and 14, this is another important for us, because in here for cloud platform service providers who will be required to provide information about all intended processing to data subjects persons. These domains try to highlight all these matters for the cloud issues too. Let's talk about a little bit cloud computing issues, because in cloud computing, cloud data protection is a practice of securing a company's data in a cloud environment wherever that data is located, whatever it's at rest or in a motion, and whether it's managed internally or by company or externally by a third party. This is not important for us. The important part is for us understanding the security measures, because we can manage all data with our companies. We can get service from third parties, but if we are using cloud, I mean that it can be private cloud, it can be hybrid cloud, it can be public cloud. We need to understand which kind of security aspects and requirements we need to comply with. And this practice has become increasingly important, or more companies have switched from building and managing their own data centers to storing their applications and data in cloud instead. The GDPR is quite perspective in relation to cloud computing, defining roles and responsibilities for cloud not cloud, controller or processor, we should say that, because it's not cloud, it's for GDPR part. Outlining the content of mandatory contract between Article 28.3 and regulating subcontracting. This is very important for us, because we will talk about SLA, and SLA is really so important, because as a subject matter expert, I can say that you can create a really perfect sculpture or really perfect, posture for your company for information security and privacy issues. But if you're if you are using these third-party services, and if they are not so mature in this area, this is your risks. These are your threats at this point. So this SLAs is really so important to protect your companies, these kind of threats and risks, to understand all these kind of responsibilities about privacy, data protection, and information security part. And cloud computing involves the dispersal of data across servers located anywhere in the world, and the manner in which the cloud transcends national boundaries creates potential dangers by motivating data into or allowing access to data from countries which restrictive data privacy and data protection laws. This is really so important, because there are lots of these kind of countries we are trying to transfer data, but we need to understand our risks. We need to understand our DPIA issues, I mean that data privacy impact issues. So in here, cloud computing really have a really critical role for GDPR too. If a corporation using cloud to store electronic information becomes embroiled in an investigation or litigation, the corporation must consider relevant laws before gathering, reviewing, and producing this responsive electronic data. And on the next slide, let's talk about a little bit key considerations for cloud computing and privacy. We have three main titles in here. The first one, understand and comply with various jurisdictional these privacy laws. Under cloud computing models, data is often sorry
to interrupt you, Noor. I was just wondering if I was on the right slide.
It is 16.
16.
Yeah, this is the cloud computing and privacy key considerations.
Perfect. Thank you, Noor. That's good. We have 20 minutes to go.
Okay, I try to be fast. Yeah, I try to be more faster. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, let's zip it. Let's summarize it. We have just three main topics. The first one is understand and comply with various jurisdictional these privacy laws, and in here we just try to highlight that under cloud computing models, data is often proceed and stored in multiple jurisdictions, creating overlapping jurisdictions for EU domiciled organizations and multinational companies. And this means these organizations are responsible for complying with EU privacy laws as well as the privacy laws in the other jurisdictions, because we need to understand our local legislation and we need to understand the other international legislations to be comply with the worldwide issues. And the other one is understand how your cloud provider will protect your data. In light of these regulatory trends, EU companies or in UK companies using the services of most cloud providers must pay particular attention to jurisdictions where their data will be stored. And to comply with these global privacy legislations or regulations, organizations need to ensure that their cloud providers implement technical and administrative controls for that to protect their data. And they can use, as we talk about SLAs, they can use this DPIA matrix, or they can use some different kind of these international best practices, standards, or this kind of frameworks. And the last one, actually, we cannot see our slides right now, but I try to continue again. The last one is explore different encryption technologies and tools. I know it's just a subtitle for information security, this key management and encryption, but for emerging technologies and of course for the cloud computing issues, it is another most important issues, because encryption is a major set of technologies that can be applied for cloud solution to increase the security and privacy control over data. And encryption approaches vary and can be implemented for files, databases, and applications depending on the need. In some cases, encryptions can be done directly via the operating systems. For all this kind of system volumes, I mean that if you are using SAP, if you are using this kind of HR, tools, or if you are using this kind of electronic marketing issues, this kind of tools, you need to understand cloud security aspects and requirements for each of these different tools. And if we continue with the other slide in 17, the GDPR is quite, maybe we can say this, prescriptive in relation to cloud computing, defines roles and responsibilities for controllers and processors, again, for Article 27. And if we continue with the other ones, because, GDPR consider the processors all kinds of cloud computing providers, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and defines other obligations. They try to highlight that data destruction processor must delete or return all the information, personal data, or we can say, to the controller after the end of the provision and the services relating to processing and deletes existing copies. And record of processing activities, I mean that log management, we can say, or we can use this kind of CM tools, security tools, or these security processing issues again in here. We can use this kind of international standards to understand all these kind of GDPR requirements. And in 18, the question is in here, how companies can be better protect their data in cloud environments. Today, the cloud offers us flexible, affordable software platforms, infrastructure, and storage available to organizations across all these countries. And faced with limited budgets and increasing growth demands, cloud computing presents an opportunity for organizations to reduce their costs, increase flexibility, maybe we can say mobility, and improve IT capacity. So companies must know this kind of really important aspects. Which data they have and where it's located, which data is exposed, how it's exposed, and potential risks, which applications are being accessed and by whom, what's happening inside their applications, how people are accessing and using them, and which data they need to protect and at what level. I mean that understand their priority. So with this information in hand, companies must then put consistent, unified and automated cloud data protection offering in place, in the right place for their security aspects. So one that help to discover, classify, monitor, protect, and secure their applications and data across multiple environments. This offering must also be able to distinguish between everyday activities or potential suspicious ones like anomalies. And in 18, the benefits of cloud protection. I think everybody knows that, but I want to just try to highlight just 3 of them. Secure applications and data across multiple environments while maintaining complete visibility into all users, folder, and file activity. It's one of security standards aspect. It's one of GDPR domains. It's one of these international frameworks, domains. So this is really good to understand that all of them trying to give us the same advice. Secure your application, watch your anomalies, and if you can do that, complete visibility into all users and better govern access. Government is really so important because we just not saying that manage your data. We said govern your data, because if you're using data, if you put your data in a good place in your company, you can earn money. But if you can manage and govern this kind of data, you can create a strategy, you can make your company more valuable and prevent and detect data loss and disruption. This is really so important because nobody wants to, pay any fee, this kind of breaches. So if we can use this kind of, aspects, we can save our lives in here. And in 19, as a data custodian or controller, you need to continually review the change in this landscape and privacy and security regulations and requirements, because it's a cycle for risks and IT. If you try to use a new process, if you try to use a new technology, if you implement a new infrastructure issues, it's a continuous thing. You can have new risks in every day, so you need to understand this landscape change. So if we continue in here, actually we have a limited of time, so I just want to highlight something in here because I know we will share with you our presentation. in this presentation, I just try to summarize something in here, blockchain issues, and I'm continuing IoT issues and big data. I'm still trying to continue, and AI. So I think I need to go on that, because if I try to explain all of them, we cannot use the time on time. So maybe we can continue with the other slides, not this one. Can we continue with the other slides? Go on, please. IoT, yeah, we can see that in IoT. Please go on. Yeah, big data. Yeah, artificial intelligence. Yeah, we can stay in here. I can summarize something, and I can finish my talk with this one, because the feature of privacy is really so big issues in here. I think this is a good example. I want to start talking with, cloud computing. This is a good start and example for that. But on blockchain, AI, big data, and IoT, you can see lots of really strong and feature relationship with GDPR. So we need to understand this kind of requirements and this kind of legislation issues in there. But in the future, we live in a world where your data is owned by organizations. But in the future, I believe your data will be yours, hopefully, and only you will define how it's used. So here is why increasing emphasis on ethical data supply chains and data privacy is leading to changes in data management. This means moving away from a model in which data use and within an organization is subject to rules of country in which it is located, and moving toward a system where individuals regulate the use of their data. So in here, this privacy by design is really so important, because by 2023, I mean that at the beginning of this year, there is a 65% of world's population will have modern privacy regulations protecting personal data, according to Gartner. Think about it, all over the world, it is 65 right now. This is really good, because before 2023, actually, it was like 40%, because China, Brazil, this kind of really high population country started to use this kind of personal data protection legislation. This is really so good. This is really so important for us, because it's a game changer right now for the technology side too. And again, according to Gartner, by this year, these global spending on privacy efforts are expected reaching $6 billion by last year, I mean that 2022. So clearly, business leaders recognize that data privacy is a mission critical and essential for their future of their company, I mean that. And in the slide 35, we can see some main part, the evolution of data ownership, and the other one, data transaction transparency in the 36. Maybe I can summarize it like that. Of course, we shouldn't forget that Facebook, Meta, or these kind of, giant companies fined $7 million for breaching EU data privacy laws this year. So it follows an inquiry into 12 data breaches the Irish Data Protection Commissions received by 6-month period between June to December. So think about it. What will happen next year? They really earn really good money about their data breaches and this kind of really bad failures about data protection part. So on the 27th, slide 27th, this data security is the main part for us. 37. 37. Yeah, data security. Yeah, thank you very much. Because in this data security part, as an essential component of an organization's information security arsenal is their compliance documents, including policies, procedures, and all this kind of key management, security management issues. So emerging technologies, this is a part of data-heavy technologies and therefore carry a unique set of privacy challenges. And communication between smart devices can often be triggered automatically, and digital boundaries of communication may be poorly defined. Add to this, there may be many different stakeholders, third parties carrying out separate activities within the data processing lifecycle, from device manufacturers and data accelerates and application developers who may seek to repurpose that data for entirely different uses. So third-party risk assessment, another very important requirement for data security. I just want to highlight it in this slide. And if we continue 39. Let's finish with this slide because this is the last slide for us. In today, these costly data breaches, ongoing security issues, personalization of online services, disruptive these advertising tactics, sharing of customer data, and using this kind of mobile applications in our daily lives, customers are raising red flags about how today's businesses are using and protecting their personal data, and their concerns are rapidly driving the issue of consumer data privacy up to boardroom agenda. So this red flags is really so important for us, because we just try to understand what we need, what is the requirement of our lives for data protection, and ongoing this customer or consumer trends from far and near smartphones, social media channels, to the massive shift on online shopping, personalized customer experiences, and more are driving an explosion of this consumer data. And from privacy by design and compliance toolkits, European research is leading the way in ensuring organizations from both the public and private sector can respect GDPR still, and it still benefit from opportunities and technologies and digitalization world. And my last sentence is like that, because we asked some questions at the beginning of the presentation, and I just try to ask the question, will GDPR really block this innovation or these emerging technologies improvement issues? The long story short, it is not privacy or innovation. This is privacy and innovation. Yeah, thank you for listening to me. I cannot, share all my, content in this presentation, but we will share with you. Hopefully it will be useful for you. If you have any questions for me, you can send to me, or you can reach me on LinkedIn. Have a nice afternoon for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you so much, Onur, for coming and joining us and doing this presentation. There's a couple of questions. We have a couple of minutes. Probably one of the questions which is a bit more relevant to this one is, how will cloud providers protect personal or sensitive data?
Actually, I just try to summarize because I know we have a limit of time. So organizations should use reviews, risk assessments, or audits to confirm that their data, their cloud provider is meeting the data protection standards set out on their contracts. The GDPR mandates privacy by design. This is very important for us. Approach be taken by embedding privacy into any new technology or service offering, and by conducting risk assessments. We talk about DPIA for high-risk data holdings. We can summarize it like that.
No, that's great. No, thank you so much for your presentation. Really useful. Lots of points, lots of little pointers and snippets. Lots of us have to learn a lot to take away from this particular presentation. So I see we have Frank joining us now, and Shireen has joined us back again after a very long day in here. And I'm sure both of you have had very long days. So welcome, Frank.
Thank you, everyone, for coming and sharing. And this has been fantastic day. As always, I'm super happy that we had, first of all, a diverse panel. We had a lot of idea across the board. We had new starter and all joiners, like us as pillars of the industry, Paul, Emilio, sharing knowledge and information, and Kriti and Shireen, yourself doing a fantastic job coordinating throughout a very, very long day. So thank you, everyone. And this is the wish for the future. So I wish that this represents what cloud security and what cybersecurity really should be for the future. A very diverse, inclusive, open to ideas with people that starting and people that are here for a long time, that share knowledge and help everybody to grow. And prepare. Our responsibility now is prepare the new generation of commerce to actually protect the cloud, and coming in with new ideas. What is your wish for the future, Kriti and Shireen?
I'd say spread the word, really. Get the community stronger, get us all talking and chatting. I think the real knowledge really is in sharing. Totally on board with you about encouraging newcomers. And I think, we've had our time. And it's time to get
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully we have a lot more to give and a lot more knowledge to share, but we also need to prepare the next generation of cybersecurity fighter and defender. And I think that's a little bit of our responsibility. But, Shireen, what's your wish for the future?
My wish for the future. It's a really good question. I'd like to see, just from the panel that we had earlier on, the fact that we still have, just even at the basic level, I know university is not the only route to get into cybersecurity, right? It's really important that we have career changes, and that's a huge thing. But I think for me, it's that getting interest in technology from an early age. There still hasn't been a lot of change in 20 years. That's what we're hearing. People at university now, even doing degrees and masters, they're not seeing people like themselves, whether it's gender or background diversity. So I would like to see a change in the way that we interest people in technology and actually get people to involved, because there's still work to do there. So again, I'd just like to see a change to approach and a change to education, really, at that kind of the early stages.
Brilliant. But I want to leave also on a positive note that we've seen the apprenticeship program from the UK government being pushed. There are a lot of retraining opportunity. I've seen some good stories of people that have started from left field, from teaching, from medical practice, retraining in cybersecurity, and also organization that has given the chance to those pivoters to get into it without the need of a degree. So that's how we win the battle against the skills shortage, and that's how we also help people thinking outside of the box, because we enable people to think, if I'm not a security professional, can I have a security profession? And maybe that will stimulate university and training studies to innovate. Again, I like competition, and I like competition of what we're seeing here with several program of work for retrainee, and I'm not going to mention names, but I've seen several, and I'm so glad that we're helping people retrain in cybersecurity, maybe less in cloud security, but it's getting there. So my wish for the future, we get more people in cloud security, we get more people in security, first of all, and we keep this level of diversity for the Cloud Security Alliance in UK and the rest of the world. So that's my final thoughts. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, joining in, sharing knowledge, participating. A special thank to Shireen and Kriti for coordinating and uplifting this massive events that involves a lot of chasing and a lot of times. and all the rest of the contributors that came and shared their knowledge, Ovanate, Paul, Emilio, and the rest of our speakers and presenters. They came here, carved time from the day, and donated this to a common cause. So thank you very much, everyone, for being wonderful. I wish everybody to stay safe and cloud safe. And I think we can close at 6 hours of streaming. Congratulations, everyone.
That was a great day. Thank you so much.
Yay! Congratulations to the board.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.